Well, apparently, I am broadcasting live to whom I do not know. That's why I call myself the amateur artist Mark D. Chandler, because I really don't know what I'm doing. Sorry for the choppy video. I'm using old fashioned technology when it comes to live webcams. I really do apologize. However, I did have somebody in mind. There was a couple of people in mind that I wanted to interview tonight. This is a spur of the moment thing. They're not prepared. I'm not prepared. So they may not be here for me to interview. And I'm really not in the situation, in the best shape to do an interview. However, it is my very first one. In case you guys, ladies and gentlemen out there, happen to be a little bit bored, I can turn the camera over to my wife, Mrs. Madland, and I can interview her. Let me turn this spotlight back around a bit. So I am broadcasting live. I am going to try to send this link to an individual who is on a cell phone and see if, yes, it is a she, very much a she, to see if she can get in on this here particular interview. Let me figure this thing out. Right now, I got to go to the external and find out. Maybe I need to go back to, I just closed out my own Billy Bob here. I'm not good at this, y'all. Google Hangouts. Where is the, oh, there it is right there. Okay, we hit this button. We right click and we copy. Sorry about the extreme bright light. Y'all, as fast as the internet is, you got old-fashioned technology. The built-in webcam here on the laptop is not very good. The Logitech webcam, which was like 6-7 years ago, is better technology when it comes to actual good video footage. Is still not that good. Now, where's she at? All right, here we go. Here we go. We're going to do this right here. We're going to hit this button. Lee Cockerham. I click Kathy Chandler. How the hell I click Lee? That's all right. I'll give Lee. Hit paste. Now you copy this link. You copy that link. Print. Paste. Where's paste? Print. The hell? Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I do not mean to curse here live on YouTube. However, you know, when technology is so advanced that it does not work, it makes you want to curse. I realize now that I am transmitting live. I don't even know what the external is yet. No. Let me get back to Facebook. Give me just a second. We're experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by. Facebook, enter. Yes, I know. Now, such a delay. Right click and paste. That's a long link. I don't think that's right. Where's my actual Google doohickey thingy? All right. Well, that didn't work. I don't think that's all of it either. Now, I'm transmitting live on Google or something, or what's going on here? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to sign into Google accounts. Why is that in Facebook? All right, I'm hitting all kind of weird buttons here. This is not making any sense. Thank you very much. Let's close my wife Kathy out and go back over here and reopen Kathy. I don't know what the hell it put in there. Paste. All right, I think that's it. So, I got to hit enter. There we go. Now, you should have the link.
Yeah.
And you send it to Susan. Susan.
How do I do it?
I don't know. You highlight it and copy it. Right click.
Right click.
Copy.
Link.
Yeah, copy link association, I guess.
Location.
Should be just copy. Now they got to be politically correct and send it to Susan. Put it over here and say something. And then hit paste. So, Susan, I don't know if you're going to get on this live chat or not. I have no idea. Now, I got to go here and open up a third window to YouTube. Hit enter. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not easy. That's why most people don't have live chats here on YouTube for you guys and gals to watch. It's because it is not easy to figure out. I've watched several tutorials. I'm a Redneck Cockerham's channel is one of them. So I don't see it. I don't see this live chat. So I do not see the external. This is not cool. Where is the external? It's not here under YouTube. I know this is boring for everybody out there. I apologize, but dang it, they should make it simple. One button does it all. It gives you the link to the external and to the live chat, but they're not intelligent enough to figure this thing out, to make it simple. Otherwise, everybody would do it. All right, it's not here. So if I were to go to, I'm lost now. I'm going to hit my channel just to find out what it does. And I think that's an old. Oh. Hold on. Echo. Hit mute. Go back to your sound. Hold on. We're experiencing technical difficulty. Hit mute. There you go. Now. And why? Oh, you got to hit your microphone off up at the top left. Now, where the hell am I at? That's Google. We want to see the external chat. Where's the external chat? We don't have an external chat?
Hold on.
How did you find my... Oh, that's right. I sent her the link to the actual chat. So, that's not cool.
I'm going to have to go back to it just a minute. Google Hangout. It's Google Hangout.
Lee Cockerham says, just on standby to get it on the chat. Says I'm not authorized to star the video call.
Right here.
What? Let me send Lee one.
See, baby, I went to the YouTube page.
What YouTube page?
And here it is, straight up on YouTube. First thing, your live chat.
Well, it didn't show it on mine.
Okay, go back to your main page on YouTube.
Hold on, I'm trying to send another. I have to do it twice to send Lee one. Anyway, here's my no, this is where I created the darn thing. I want to go to where it's in public and hit Hell, I'll hit home. Let's see what happens. This is me signing in on YouTube here. It does not even show me on my own link. Let me go to my channel and let's see what happens here. Does not show me on my own home channel. So let me go to subscriptions. Nada. You found it. I didn't. Ladies and gentlemen, this is such an atrocity. They created this.
Go to
Where?
home. Go to home. And see if it shows up.
It's on your home, not. I'm signed into my account. You're signed into your account. So you're watching me broadcast. But me as the one broadcasting, I can't see my own damn broadcast here on freaking YouTube. Hello, YouTube. Y'all need to get your shit together. I will go back to live events and see if there happens to be a link that I have not paid attention to. There's Google Hangouts on there. No, that's Google Hangouts. That's not cool. And that's all I've got. Go live now. I'm already live, right?
Yeah.
Go back to where you're watching me. Hello. And it says go live now on the page that I created this live stream on. It says go live now. Go live. Well, go live now. Maybe it's going to do 2 of them. Who knows?
I got the external.
Manland is streaming now.
I got the external.
No shit, Sherlock. Of course I'm streaming now. You dumbasses don't have the intelligence to make this shit simple. I'm sorry for cussing, but right now, I'm telling you right now, this is really, really ticking me off. If you're going to create a live stream, make it simple. Do you understand the English? Evidently, you don't. Now, see, I got a chat over here to the side. It says Manland Live. It says Scout and Free says you offline? Question mark. What did we miss? These were all old chats from a previous test, and it's showing up here in this live interview thingy right now.
I got the external.
And who's all on there? There's a bunch of them out there. Now, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm really upset. Y'all don't see what I'm seeing right now. I am on the official starting page of YouTube that has that streaming beta now, live streaming stuff over here.
Are you on Google?
And it's saying this stream is offline.
Are you on Google Plus?
Yes, I'm on Google Plus. That's how it's transmitting.
I mean, it says you have to use Google Plus to invite people.
Well, I use the Google Plus doohickey thing to send out there to get people in. I am on the YouTube version, and it's showing me some old stuff. That makes sense? So YouTube is not synchronized with Google Plus yet. For those of you who have tried to do this live chat through YouTube is what I'm trying to say. That being said, basically, and that other catchphrase that I cannot stand to say, that's what it's all about. So my wife is looking at the external. Anybody out there who wants to get in on this live interview, just type into the external that you want in. The only way I can do this is if I'm subscribed to you and I have you here on this YouTube account and on my Facebook account, I can send you and you all a link. That's all I know right now. I apologize. Manland is an amateur. That's why I call myself the amateur artist, Mark D. Chandler. because this right here is the very thing that we're speaking against. These are super intelligent people that create this software, but they have no intelligence to make it work with simple people. Understand? Oh, they know how to make it work because they created it. Oh, you got to go here, 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 you know, all that. Not just one button creates all. No, that's sad. Sad, 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 sad. So your one vote does not vote for just one person. No, 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 no. You got to be subdivided. You got to who now?
What?
Alan Hoyt. There you go.
You won't see it.
Alan. Type into the external.
Jessica.
Where do I have you saved at?
Jessica Crosset. She won't see it.
All right. I can do this. I can cheat this, but I'm not going to do this just yet.
She says I do not have Facebook.
Oh, well.
Jessica,
I don't blame you, girl. I don't have Facebook either. Well, actually, I do. I just can't stand Facebook. It's the newest version of MySpace, and I think it sucks. Now, but Jessica, am I subscribed to you? Just answer me that question right there. Yeah, excuse me. Now, I'm going to have to go. Hold on here. Where is my Google? There it is, right there. All right, I got. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Let me enlarge that.
She said that link wouldn't let her do anything.
Because she's on a cell phone, evidently. I'm trying to interview Sue Survival Series, and she's on a cell phone. And that link will not allow her to. Sue, I don't know how to fix it, darling. I'm sorry. I really don't know. I wanted to interview you, but you know what? I'll interview somebody. But Sue, you were my first choice because you had to be here when I got inspired to crank this thing up. Now, tell me who else wants to get out there. Alan and Jessica.
She said she thinks you are subscribed.
Jessica, I may be, but it'll take me like 30 minutes to find out if I'm subscribed to you. I mean, I got to go back to history and look at all the subscriptions and then scroll down 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 and then scroll. You know, I might have you. I don't know. Y'all got to understand, Manlin's got a lot of people subscribed to him. I apologize for that. I'm not making fun of the event here, but I really do have a lot of people subscribe to me, and that's one thing I'm gonna state right now.
I misunderstood.
Okay.
I don't think you are subscribed.
Okay, now hold on just a second. I got an idea. We're gonna do this backtracking way here. I got an idea. Let me go to the relief room and relieve myself because I am drinking alcohol. I'll be right back. But I think that my wife can right click on your name, subscribe to you, and then I can send a link to her and then she can send it to you. This is not exactly the flat earth theory, but I think it's going to be a cool way of going around the world. Entertain them, baby. Talk.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Right.
All right, here's what we need to do, baby.
Sue, I'm trying to find Sue on
Here's what we need to do.
YouTube and see Sue.
Here's what we need to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. I'm going to make this simple for me because I cannot comprehend all this great technology. I'm not asking you to subscribe to my Facebook account because I'm wanting you to subscribe to my Facebook account. Believe me, y'all, I hate Facebook. That's why I'm not on there. But if you will, subscribe to me somehow or another on Facebook to make this whole task simple. What is my Facebook account? Mark Chandler. Yes. MART space CHANDLER. Mark Chandler. My wife is watching the external. If you would like me, friend me, what the heck it is on Facebook, I appreciate that. But I'm not into that. I'm not into Facebook. That's why I do my thing here on YouTube. YouTube makes more sense to me, except that Google and YouTube do not talk to each other very well. So if you would please go to Facebook, get in on the Facebook account, like my page or whatever you got. I don't even know how you do it. I don't know. MySpace. Let me tell you right now. MySpace, y'all, that was BS. Great idea, but total BS in the end. If you got a friend of yours and say, hey, go check out my MySpace account, and you did, and you were the old-fashioned dial-up, it took 30 minutes to load that one page because they liked and subscribed and put the flashy things and all that stuff on there. I mean, it was a nightmare. So Facebook was a great idea too because it was a little bit better. But however, y'all probably know because you may have Facebook accounts. I got one. I very rarely get on that thing. Is when I post a video from YouTube, 30 minutes later, it's way the hell at the bottom within 30 minutes of what I just posted. So unless you have a job that allows you to constantly live and breathe Facebook, you're going to miss my posts and everybody else's, as a matter of fact. So that's the whole gist of the thing. Says you. Well, I got to learn to put the logo and everything on here, but that's, man, I'm not really into this live broadcast. That's why I do my videos. I like to edit my videos when I'm doing them because live, I don't know what I'm doing. But when I'm recording videos, I get to edit the videos, and I only allow you guys and gals to see my best. Now you're seeing me at my worst. And this is indeed my worst, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not. I don't know who all is going to watch this long video. I was trying to keep it under an hour. If I get somebody to interview here, and I was going to do just an interview for like under an hour. Question. Why is that the question?
How do I send her a link to face? I mean, through YouTube.
Survival about right here. Boom. Send message. Enter your message, right click and paste. I think that's it. Now, we have Sue Survival. I'm trying to interview her. She's on her cell phone. Don't know what this is all about. Don't know if that's even going to work. If not, ladies and gentlemen, I can't even watch the external. I have no idea where the link is. It says I got 6 viewers. Oh, here's a link. Let me trick it. Let me hit that button. Well, I'll be damned. There's the YouTube page right there. Let me hit this button right here. And then right click and then copy. And then open up a whole nother dadgum. Because see, it's not even showing it on mine. My personal page. It's not showing it on my personal YouTube page. That is bullshit. I mean, BS. Excuse me. This is the PG-13.
Showing it on mine.
Okay, let me hit the
my personal page.
Hit mute button. Thank you for mute. All right. Jessica, I just seen you. Will someone please type in his Facebook? Okay, here we go. Jessica, y'all, D-Eagle, here we go. I am now looking at the external. I see what y'all are chatting out here. Now, here I'm on. I think Alan's got it right. Alan says Mark D. Chandler. So let me figure out how to do this Facebook thing here. That just says Facebook.com. That's really dumb. See, my buddy Lee Cockerham, well, I'm a redneck Cockerham, can't even join this thing for some reason. So y'all, I'm going to do something real quick and real. Let me see if this is going to be sneaky enough. I don't know. Here we go. I'm going to try something. I don't think it's going to let even me do it. Where is my chat? Where's my Google chat right here? There it is right there. Google Hangouts, a whole different thing here. I'm going to click, right click, and copy. I've already done that once before, but I'm going to refresh it here. Now I'm going to go to the live interview. I'm going to the external here on YouTube. And I'm going to try and see if it lets me put the link in there, paste.
Alan won't see it.
There it goes. And I'm going to hit enter. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is the so-called link. Jessica, I am not trying to interview Soul Survivor. No, ma'am. I'm trying to interview Sue Survival of the YouTube channel used to be Sue Survival Series. Don't get me wrong. I love Soul Survivor X2. I love her channel, her and Mike's channel. I do it. There's the actual link, y'all. Get in on it. And if there happens to be one of those trolls that reads that link and they jump in and they start wreaking havoc, I don't know how to X-nay them. I'll figure it out as we go. This is one of those live improvised moments here. So there is the actual link. There is the actual link in the external chat. Alan, there it is, man. Brother, there it is. There's in the external chat here on YouTube, what you're looking at.
I'm in.
There he is. All right, here we go. Let me go back to where my Google thing is. Man, I got too many windows open. There we go. Aha, there's Alan. Now, brother, you know more about this than I do. So help me watch out for unwanted trolls.
I gotta dig out my webcam.
I've got to upgrade my webcam.
Excuse me.
Excuse you.
Tell my son in about 5 minutes to get the thing.
Get up. Stand up.
Wow.
Stand up.
Okay.
Turn around. Backwards. Not, I said backwards. That's your front. Right here. Y'all see Mrs. Man-Man's butt? Don't do that again.
They all read the back of my pants. That wasn't cool.
All I can say is spank me. No, this is not that kind of chat, y'all. Well, I believe we got D-Eagle there. I see a logo.
Yeah, he said, where did you go a while ago?
Is it D-Eagle?
Yep.
D-Eagle? D-Eagle? Hello? 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 I believe it's D-Eagle. Y'all, later on this chat will actually be a little bit more professional, but right now, like I say, I'm amateur artist Mark D. Chandler, and I am trying to figure this thing out. So we got Alan, and I believe it's D-Eagle. Hey, Now I'm on the external trying to. Yes, it is D. It is D. Where you at, D? We cannot hear you. I can't hear anything. What's going on? There we go. Speak to us, D.
Marty, come on.
I hear Alan. See here. Let me click on.
I'm back.
There we go. Alan,
Yes, sir.
are you there? Yes. Say yes, you're there.
I'm here. Yes, you're there.
I'm here. You're there. So let me let you be the very first interviewee. Who is Alan? And Alan, why are you Alan? And why are you on YouTube, Alan?
Well,
Thank you very
I
much.
started watching.
We do appreciate that. We do. Now let's move on. Go ahead, Alan.
I don't want to now.
Well, you got to. This is the what do you call it? The Jerry Springer wannabe Oprah Winfrey interview.
Well, I started my channel because I started watching a bunch of bushcraft and hiking videos, and you got to make a channel to comment,
Right.
and that's how it originally started. And a couple of the guys that I've been watching from the very beginning, before I even had my channel, are the reason that I started actually making videos, and just kind of went from there.
Well, Alan, let me ask you this right here, in all seriousness now. When you started watching YouTube videos, when it came to camping and outdoors, hiking, that type of thing, as you get involved in it, did it lead you to the survival, prepping, the what the F moments and all this stuff here that's kind of included in there? Did that interest you
No.
as well? It did not? Well, see,
No, I like
it's
watching their videos.
To be honest, it suckered me into that genre as well. And the more and more I watched in the survival bug out bags, that type of thing, you know, that type of arena, which I'm not knocking, y'all. I'm not knocking that, ladies and gentlemen. Is it's kind of like a give and take thing. When Alan, are you more of a camper, a bushcrafter, a hiker, that type of genre, or genre as they pronounce it politically correct?
I'm more of the camping and bushcrafting. I don't really go like hiking down the Appalachian Trail or stuff like that, but I'm more.
Who's that? Who's that? Somebody's in the background. Wait, D Eagle. Increase your microphone volume. Somebody in the background. Or it's an echo. Can't be my echo. Hold on, y'all. We're still experiencing technical difficulties. I have here and click that off. I'm going to just click it off. I didn't click off. Hold on, y'all. We're still experiencing. Don't want to do that. Let's see, hit this button now. So, Alan, you're more of the camping aspect, shall we say?
Yeah.
Well, my question is it goes back to Bushcraft Confessions. I'm going to give a shout out right now to John the M.I. Woodsman, and he's actually the godfather of this whole community. That, I mean, he went above and beyond the Call of Duty here. When he became popular, he started giving shout outs for lesser channels and every chance he got. And I mean, it was like every video. He kept giving shout outs to lesser known channels that was interested into this particular genre, as I call it. The outdoors activity. So, Alan, when was the first time you ever became aware of this term called bushcraft?
Probably way back when I was a kid in Boy Scouts.
And how long ago was that?
Oh, my God. 30 years?
So were you like a Boy Scout, Cub Scout coming
Cub
up?
Scout Webelow. I was Cub Scouts and then went to Webelows, and then with life things, parents divorcing and stuff, moving to a different town, just never got back into it.
Right. But it was still instilled in your heart. I think everybody out there watching this particular community.
I'm not on camera, but I'm on a live chat. Okay.
Do what now?
What's that?
Something crossfaded the audio here.
Oh, someone came to my door.
Oh, okay. My thing was, and I don't want to talk about me because this is not about me or Manland here. This is about interviewing other people out there so that other people, I'm going to ask the questions that other people have always wanted to know, is what got you interested into the great outdoors, aka bushcrafting. And I do tie the two together. Let me try to redefine my terminology. I never knew about bushcrafting. That is to go out into the bush, which I call the stick, the woods, and to try to create a sense of living, survival in the woods by using natural materials out there in the sticks. Now, campers like to bring a lot of pre-manufactured goods out there, and their idea is just to get out in nature and enjoy nature, but using man-made, commercial-made. I am.
Yeah.
I officially term myself a camper. I love going camping, whether it's a 2-day, a week-long, that type of adventure. Are you more toward the bushcraft genre of the outdoors experience?
I combine the two. I take tarps into my hammock and whatnot, but I do do bushcrafting things. How I started out is we've always went camping, or we always went up and set up the tent and on the Trout River and things like that growing up, and going out in the woods and playing as kids and making, well, we'd call them forts back then, but nowadays they call them survival shelters, So I've always done it, but we've always just basically camped. I never actually did the practice making snares and things like that. That all came later after watching, like the main person that got me started is Dave Pearson from Really Big Monkey 1.
Oh yeah, one of my favorites right there. Now we both got to give a shout out to Really Big Monkey 1. That codpicker knows his stuff, but
he is the survival the shelter master.
I would say that he is like the most genuine out there, because not only does he share his knowledge, he also, in reality, folks, ladies and gentlemen, he shares his mistakes, and he does it right there, and he does not do it with shame. Do you remember the video where he I can't remember the name of the video, but he had built this shelter and he had this built-in fireplace in that shelter, which was actually a tent.
Heated tarp shelter, and he caught it
Yep.
on fire.
Caught on fire, and it was hitting the sun. He's like, this wasn't such a good idea after all. Let's recreate this, because he actually missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he really missed it. He is a load of fun to watch.
And for having the size channel that he does, anytime I ever comment on his video, he always answers. Always.
Yes, yes, and I want to give a great shout out to those big, huge channels that do that. I'm not a huge channel here, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't even have time to reply to all the comments. So for those guys that are well known out there to be able to take that time, it might be three-worded reply, thank you for watching or something like that. That means a lot to people like me, who's just an everyday Joe that, you know, we look upon. Alan, do you agree? When you see these famous channels and they take the time to at least give you a 3 or 4 word reply, it makes you feel good. It really does.
Yeah, he was probably one of my first 3 subscribers, and that includes 2 of my friends. So he's been with me from the very beginning.
So, Alan, what would you say is your like forte here on YouTube? What would be like your and comically, I'm a comic. I like to make people laugh. So my genre is like spread across the world. But I guess my cliche is like frog legs. I love frog legs, and I always try to promote the fact that I'm a Southerner from Mississippi and I love frog legs. What would be like your cliche here on YouTube, or what you think might be your cliche?
Budget.
Budget. There you go. That's a good one.
Having quality gear as cheap as you can.
Now, let me ask you this, Howard. Alan, since you, excuse me, I've been drinking. I said Hallen, but I mean Alan. Alan, most of the people here I watch here on YouTube that I really do consider to be very good reviewers as far as product reviewers, do you think that some of the fellow or fellowette YouTubians that receive free gifts from sponsors may, you know, slide toward the actual upgrowth promotion of that product, or do you feel like the majority that you've watched are actually giving good, honest reviews on that product?
Well, I could tell you there's usually only 3 people that I trust the reviews from.
Okay.
And one of them is Brian.
Yes.
The other one's Funky Prepper. And the
By
other
the
one's
way,
Prepared Mind.
the first one is Brian. That is Survival on Purpose.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yes, and I'm gonna give credit to the YouTube channels in case anybody's interested in looking at good, honest reviews. So we're looking at Brian. That is Survival on Purpose. Now your second option is second recommendation.
If it's crap, he tells you.
Yeah.
He doesn't. And most of the stuff he reviews, he's bought, and if it's been sent to him to review, he tells you. But he also tells you the faults of it. He don't hide nothing.
Right.
And Funky Prepper, he doesn't do a lot of reviews, but when he does, it's usually stuff that he's bought or been given as a gift.
And that
from
is
somebody else, not from the company.
And Funky Prepper, I want everyone to realize Funky Prepper is the brother across the Great Pond over there.
Yeah, UK. Yeah.
Yep.
He's an awesome guy.
He does a lot of the UK product reviews, something that's in his area that he gets a hold of. And your third,
nice stuff.
yeah, ooh, yeah. And
It's funny too because I always go, man, that's some cool stuff, and they get it so cheap. But then they turn around and go, yeah, we can't get that stuff. They can only get it in the States.
And I'll tell you right now, man. I'm telling you right now. I want the Zebra cook pot so bad. They got 4 versions out that I know of. What was the 10, the 12? I missed one. Centimeters. I want the Zebra cook pot.
Yeah.
I'm into cooking real bad, and I think that our most famous cheap version of cook pots, in my opinion, is the Stanley Adventure Camp cook set. And believe me, I promote it a lot. I promote it a lot. I don't make a dime off of it. I bought it at Walmart. That is it. And to me, that is the ultimate cook pot if you like cooking in a tin can, is what I'm trying to say, the tin can. MSR's got some great products from what I understand. I don't own any of them. They're too expensive for me to purchase. And there's a lot of titanium products out there that I definitely will never, ever be able, unless it's given to me, to do a product review on. But when it comes to stainless steel, I'm going to have to sit there and say, and honestly say, that the 2 products that I personally have reviewed is the Stanley Adventure Camp Cook Set, stainless steel, and to some Stansport products made out of stainless steel also. And I'll get into that later because I do have some bad reviews on the Stansport. But they're all good. They're all good. They're 2 thumbs up in my opinion.
I got the Stanley Cook set, and for a budget item, you can't beat it.
No, you can't. But it cannot do it all. It's limited.
Yeah, that's true. It's definitely not a frying pan.
That's the whole kick and caboodle. And I've always said that a cook pot, in my opinion, because I love to cook, one cook pot will never ever do it all. Same thing when it comes to a knife out in the bush. One knife will never ever do it all. We want to promote that. We try to promote that. We try to make people believe that. It's just not true. There's things that your neck knife can do better than your Whopper chopper can do out there when it comes to batoning wood. I've seen people take, these massive machete type of knives and try to do fine carving with them. Yes, a good attempt, but it's just not true. You cannot fillet a very thin, very small piece, say a bluegill, or you can't do it. You can try to. It will work somewhat, but it's just not so finesse. The same thing goes with the cook pots. That's why I believe that everybody out there who has a personal favorite making of fire starting, if you carry ferro rods with you and you think ferro rods are the bomb, then you've got a group over here or a certain select few people that say, oh, if you're going to do it primitively, you need to go with, flint and steel. Sioux Survival's finally on. Tell her to scroll up and check out the link. I don't know where.
Well, and that's what cracks me up too. Is everybody says, "Oh, you're not a real bushcrafter unless you use primitive fire skills, bow drill, and flint and steel."
Right,
well, those skills are fine to practice, but I could tell you right now, them guys back in that day, if they had a Bic lighter, you're damn sure they would have used it.
Brother, I'm going to tell you right now, Bic lighters is what I definitely believe in. It is always upon my person. Now, learning the bow drill, since I was at the age of 17 until I was at the age of 48, that's a long span of time, I was not successful. It was only until I got here on YouTube and I watched videos, and then all my folks out there, there's my friends and buddies and pals, gave me the advice that I was actually able to create a cherry using the bow drill. The hand drill, I am still very unsuccessful with.
You want to know a secret for the hand drill?
What's that?
Take your spindle.
Okay.
Because most people's problem is with the hand drill, it's usually shorter and you're spinning it with your hand instead of the string from a bow.
Right.
So what you do is you knock the top of your spindle, and you take a piece of line, whether it's bank line, paracord,
Right.
and you put it in that knock, but you wrap it under the knock around a couple times so it doesn't split it out, and then you make thumb loops in the string. And that
Right.
way your hands don't slide down it, and you can sit there and spin that stick with your hands in one place.
Brother, I have tried that countless times and I'm still unsuccessful. Now, let me explain why my failure was a failure. I was using goldenrod, dried, ultimately dried. We're talking 2-year-old dry goldenrod, and then that may have been the problem in itself. It was too dry. But I used goldenrod upon goldenrod. They always say that a hand drill is most successful when you use similar materials. So I took 2 pieces of goldenrod and actually duct taped the 2 together so they would not move. Put my actual goldenrod spindle in the middle, tried it with the actual hand drill first, and all I did was to drill halfway through. Then I took my
And a little bit.
cordage. I took my cordage and I did the
Yeah.
what you just said, to put a knock in it, curl it up, and use the actual thread to put more pressure down. And I drilled completely through the goldenrod. No embers, no soot, nothing.
Well,
You know, I just drilled through it. And
the
that
from
is,
my understanding,
I'm not saying that it cannot be done. I'll never say that because I've seen so many YouTube videos where it was successful. But what I'm saying is, for an average YouTube person who's watching anybody who was successful, to gain that knowledge and they put it in the back of their head, unless they do it themselves, to just rely on that knowledge in the back of their head and then pull that knowledge out and try it for the first time because they really were in a survival situation, that is not a cool idea. They really need to watch these YouTube videos and try it for themselves and get very, very proficient with it. Even right now, I cannot guarantee you in an urban survival situation that I can go back and take some old pallets at my store and take that material and be successful in making a bow drill. I think I can. I'm almost convinced that I can because I've done it before. But it was only through countless trials and errors that I was actually successful in doing that. And there's a misconception.
well, that's the only way you're going to get good.
Yeah.
Is practice, practice,
The more you
practice.
practice, the more you practice, the better you're going to get. Because there's something out there called the technique. We call it now the fire roll. I think it's appropriately termed the Rudiker roll. But the fire roll, taking a cotton ball and some ash, or in my case, Comet Cleanser, which is the new sensation now. Thank goodness, because I love that technique. It's more for the urban survival, fire making technique. But it does actually exist out there in the bushcraft community. If you happen to live in the Delta and you've got an old cotton plantation next to you, which I used to have back in the day, all kinds of scrap of cotton out there. Or if you're really a prepper and you're prepared and you take a bottle of aspirin with you, you've got cotton lint in that freshly unopened bottle of cotton, right? If you can find some type of cleanser, and then, there's all kinds of the powder stuff that goes in there. I'm not an expert on that. But I will say this. When I first tried this technique, I failed like 4 times. And I thought, and y'all please excuse the term, I thought this was bullshit. 4 attempts, 4 failures, I was done. But the guy that I saw this technique from, I'm going to give a shout out, Boggy Creek Beast.
Yep, that's who I learned it from.
He was so proficient in his videos I mean, I like, this guy's not making make-believe. There's got to be something to it. So that's when I gave him a shout out, very first time on my channel, and my jaw dropped. And then another guy I'd like to give a shout out to, David West. David West took this idea and put it on HD video. So Boggy Creek introduced the whole genre, or genre as you want to call it, and he tries so many different techniques, so many different materials. He made it with wet dung, wet doo-doo, ladies and gentlemen, wet doo-doo, and it worked. This guy is not making it up. I tried it myself the very first time when I finally got the, like to say, a little bit of practice on this particular technique. A little bit of practice makes it work. You just got to get the feel for that cotton ball between those two, you know, whatever it is you're going to rub it between. You just got to get the feel, and it don't take long. A little bit of practice. And then when you do, you're not sweating. You are not sweating like your hands are not killing you from a hand drill. You're not sweating from a bow drill because you don't know what you're doing. The cotton fire roll, we call the fire roll, is a wonderful, wonderful technique. And it's just something else to put in your mind, in your arsenal of being able to produce fire. I'm not saying it's the best thing around, but dadgum, it is so. It still amazes me. What makes this thing work? I still don't know. So Boggy Creek Bass is one of my ultimate heroes. David West, I appreciate you for putting out the HD videos. And Alan, if you want to, you said you learned this from Boggy Creek Bass.
Yep, from watching his videos. He's
It's
also hell on
absolute-
wheels with the hand drill.
Oh yeah, yeah. See, I can't do that yet. I'm definitely when it comes to the hand drill.
Well, next time you try your hand drill using the goldenrod as a spindle, try cedar for a hearthboard. Don't use the purple bark. Use the white.
I've heard that, white cedar. We have what we call red cedar in our area, and I want to say this right here. I'm hesitating because I'm trying to think of the channel name. Econolodge. Econolodge. One of his greatest goals on his channel is to be able to go out into the sticks and find the materials right then when he goes out there to be able to do a bow drill. To my knowledge, he is still yet unsuccessful. This guy is very knowledgeable in all kinds of bushcraft. But he himself is still unsuccessful, just like me, going out into the sticks and finding the material that you need at the right stage, right temperatures, this, that, and the other, to be able to create a fire from scratch when you need it in a real life scenario situation. We watched.
I watch a guy. I can't remember what his channel name is, but he's overseas, and he has videos where he goes out and does primitive fires with it raining.
Oh Lord!
It's crazy. He actually did one not too long ago where he went out with nothing, broke a rock and got a flake, and used that as his knife to process it and make his bow drill set in the rain, and did a fire.
Uh-huh.
Keep on talking, Alan.
About what?
Keep on talking.
I'll have to go through and find his name and post it. There might be some people that know who I'm talking about. I don't know what to talk about. Oh, I could say this. My little bushcraft buddy Marty is going to be a daddy.
Cool.
Oh, baby, you're not entertaining. You gotta keep it going.
Oh, hey.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I had to go on a wee break, and I had to go wee.
All the way home.
Now, that's right. Now, you said you want to give a shout out to, or what now here?
Oh, the guy. I was just trying to remember the guy's name that's overseas. That he went out, and I don't know if you heard that part. He went out with no knife or nothing, smashed a rock against another rock to get a flake, and used that to make a bow drill in the rain and started a fire.
That guy is good.
I guess Sue was talking. I was asking her a question because she said it sounds like cold craving.
Sounds like Cull Craven. So,
No, this guy he lives overseas. He's
Okay.
Says
you're gonna make me look now.
MCQ Bushcraft, yeah. Now, well, it could be
Nope.
him. Now, MCQ Bushcraft, we're going to give him a shout out right quick. MCQ Bushcraft is very knowledgeable, and my buddy Wayne, I hate to say Wayne because he kept his name unknown for a while, from Cull Craven Bushcraft, a buddy of mine, and I still don't know why he's a friend of mine. He's the one that was on the show alone, and he loved my channel for some stupid reason. And we become best friends for, I don't know why, but Wayne has done a lot here on the YouTube channel. And let me not leave out FS Bushcraft. That happened to be Peter of FS Bushcraft. Those two hook up a lot and do a lot of camping, reviews, and this, that, and the other together. But Cull Craven is one of my heroes out there. That is like people that personally know Dave Canterbury, Well, I personally know, without actually shaking his hand, Cull Craven Bushcraft. And I want to give a salute to Cull Craven Bushcraft while I can. Alan, tell me who your I guess YouTube hero would be. I know it's me, but that's beside the point. Let's get into reality. Who would if you were on that deserted island and you had to choose a YouTubian that you personally knew, not somebody that that might reply to your comment, but somebody that you personally knew that you were good friends with here on YouTube, who would that person be to be your survival buddy?
Well, I don't know if I can actually answer that right now because I've had my channel for a while, but I wasn't active. There's kind of a dead space in between.
Okay.
And since I've started making videos now, I'm starting to get to know people, and I mean, I banter back and forth with a few, but I don't know if they would consider us being friends or not.
All right. Well, let me say this, Alan. Officially, Manland wants to actually officially welcome you here into the YouTube community, or back in the community, I should say. And the fact that I appreciate you being my friend. And if you were to personally choose me, the only good I can do you is to show you how to fry some frog legs.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. I have absolutely no speciality when it comes to this community. I really don't. but I love all the YouTubians out there. And they can range from a variety of folks. We can talk about the Tara Farley channel. We can talk about the Scottish Wonder. We can talk about Soul Survivor X2. We can, which that goes into a whole different genre all its own. But there's a lot of good content out there. John, the M.I. Woodsman, who is what I consider to be the grandfather of this community. We can look at the M.I. Prepper. We can look at the Massachusetts Prepper. There's a lot of prepper names out there for something. But
They kind of overlap.
They do in a way. And
because, well, if you're going to be a prepper and you're going to bug out to the woods, you got to know bushcraft if you're going to expect to survive.
But there was something, and I'm not trying to promote Soul Survivor X2's channel, but they finally said it. I mean, they finally said it. They asked the question. They said, if you have a bug out bag, and really, I'm not going to abbreviate, when the shit hits the fan, and we're talking about the ultimate shit hits the fan, when our own government turns against us or an invading country comes over and takes us over, and we feel that we've got nowhere else to go except hightail it into the woods. The question that they were asking and the question that they were making, I guess the point they were trying to pull out on that YouTube video that they did is, where are you going to go? Whose land are you going to be on? If you're just going into random territory in the woods, somebody owns that property, and everybody else is going to be trying to bug out exactly at the same time. So it becomes a situation of kind of the Walking Dead. And y'all, I don't want to sit there and paint this picture of the zombies owning the world. But I'm trying to paint a picture of the zombies. Yes, zombies owning the world, but these zombies have guns and they shoot back at you.
I was going to tell you about this idea
That's-
that I got to tell you about.
That's the world of reality there, is where are you going to go? Are you truly prepared? And if you are truly prepared and you really have a place to go, then why are you on YouTube telling everybody about it? Because that should be an absolute secret. Because if Manland needs a place to go, he's going to go to the place that he remembers last on YouTube that says they have a safe haven. Now, I'm a cool guy to get along with, but when it comes to a limited supply, you don't want people like me with people like you, because I eat a lot. That's the world of reality. You understand what I'm trying to come through there? I mean, I'm trying to read the external here on my wife's. Yep. Wayne is definitely fantastic, Sue. I got to go back to my own external here. There we go. All right, now. Now we're back. I'm going to try to post this one more time here. I'm kind of hesitant in doing that is because, well, you guys and gals know about the so-called trolls that see this thing listed publicly and then they jump in on it and they have nothing really to say. So, I'm going to post this one more time. Here we go. Well, I think here we go. And I paste. There we go. There's the external link one more time, the internal link here to Google Hangouts. If you want to get in on this chat, you're here on the sidebar, the external chat. Love to have y'all in here. I was going to make this last for an hour, but since I don't have to work tomorrow, we'll keep this thing going here. There's Scrambled O. Oh, man, Scrambled O, I'd love to have you in on here. Scrambled O, man.
Folks, Scrambled O! Coming at ya.
And I'd love to see him do the eyeball crossing. For those of you who do not know Scrambled O, let me explain something to you. Not only does he produce good, fantastic videography, he does teach you a little something. He has went well and beyond what Manland can ever perceive here. He has done an excellent job. Scrambled O is probably one of those that I highly recommend that you subscribe to. Yes, sir. Everything is well with me. I'm hoping that you can get in on this live chat if you have this live chat cam. I don't know if you got like just a few valuable minutes of your time, but there's the link. If you want to jump in, there it is.
You know what I like about Scrambled O?
What's that?
He started his channel at the beginning of his learning experience.
Right.
And he went out and practiced all his skills and stuff. And he just did a video here not too long ago where he actually started, where he's now ready to start his adventures, I guess you could say. He's got his skills down, and so it's kind of like watching him progress up through his videos into, I don't want to say an experienced, you know, or a kid or whatever.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
He went
exactly
from his learning experience to now he knows what to do, and he's going out and having his adventures now. I thought it was pretty cool.
I absolutely agree. I mean, he is like a child that you let loose in the Toys R Us store, but he's not exactly a child. He knows what he's going after. He just can't find it. Then when he finds it, he realizes, here it is in my hand, and he says, you know, this works, this doesn't work, that type of thing. He's learning. He just like all of us. I think all of us. I don't claim to be an expert, and I never will.
Mark's here.
But I will say this, in the last video that I saw Scrambled O there, for the first time, I mean for the very first time, he tried Cowboy Coffee. I'm like, man, that should have been first on your list. If you're a coffee lover, Cowboy Coffee is the absolute bomb. It is the in thing. Do not delay on your Cowboy Coffee. But Scrambled O.
Scrambled O,
You don't
need your webcam. Mine, I don't have mine hooked up right now, but I'm still in here. Get in here.
Yeah, get on the voice chat or something, man. Just your voice is entertaining enough. But I will say this right here, Scrambled O, you have yet to try frog legs. Now, y'all, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna tell you right now. Now, frog legs is not for everybody. Frog legs does not taste like chicken. Do not let them lie to y'all. It's got a frog flavor. It has absolutely a frog flavor. Either you like the flavor or you don't, okay? It's like eating shrimp. Shrimp don't taste like chicken. So it's a whole different ball game. Hold on, my wife's talking to me. Let me get sidetracked.
And like my son said.
And what your son said. Yeah.
At Christmas,
I see we have Mike from Crash Bushcraft here.
when we did
Hello.
the video, ham don't taste like chicken either.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, y'all, let me throw this in right quick. The last video that I did for my wife's channel, he was sitting there eating ham, and he hollered out it tastes like chicken. Ball-faced lie.
Ham don't taste like chicken.
Mike!
What?
What's up?
What are you doing?
I know that you have not yet put up a video yet showing that you can cook biscuits.
And
Now, I
I
wanna-
probably have.
You're grinding knives and you're showing your knife work. And you know that you've got a reputation that was started by Donnie Pavellini of Donnie
Well-
Pavellini Outdoors, by the way.
You got to go back 4 years and look at those videos, and you'll see the biscuits.
But Mike, you've got a reputation to uphold, man. Nobody goes back that far. You know,
I do.
even I don't. I personally don't. When I come across somebody new, I subscribe and I wait for the new video to come out. That's the lazy way of doing things here on YouTube. And we're talking like 99.9%, which I am one of those.
I'm 99.99%.
You've got to do. I tell you what, Mike, man, brother. I tell you what. If there was some way that me and you get together within the next, maybe the next Southern Bushcraft Rendezvous here,
It'll probably be before that.
I will finally produce that video for the Peachy Prepper on her buttermilk biscuits, and she has constantly asked me why I have not done that video, and she knows why, because we've talked in detail about how I'm going to embarrass myself and this, that, and the other. But it's supposed to be a hilarious video, and she was supposed to be there, but at the rendezvous. But her husband had a wreck in the truck, and it just totaled the truck, so they didn't have transport. Now, since after the rendezvous, they've got their finances back together, and they got another truck. She said, "Mark, when are you going to do the video?" I said, "Well, Peachy, I was going to do it with you there in person, that type of thing." And she said, yeah, that's just an excuse. So she asked Kathy, my wife, privately, says, "Why does not Mark do this video he's promised over a year ago that he's going to do?" And Kathy says, "Well, he just doesn't want to do it because of what's the involvement of it." I'm going to let everybody know right now to watch out for this video. Yes, Peachy did a video where she was making buttermilk biscuits, and it was a flour bomb episode. She had a mixer, and she put all her dry ingredients in there, and she just thinking she was on the video, right? And she turned the damn thing on, and flour goes all over her kitchen. And instead of editing it out, she kept it in the video. She was laughing, and I made a comment like, "Peachy, I appreciate your honesty, but I'm a man and I know how to cook, and I would never make that stupid mistake." So I kind of ate my words, and so I was actually going to do a video, what I call the flour bomb episode, and I was actually going to challenge. What, Bobby? I was actually going to challenge everybody out there who loves biscuits in some way, form, fashion, or other to do a flour bomb recipe to where you actually get flour bomb. Now, you can imagine, you've got your favorite hat on. I've got the Manland hat, not this one here. This is the Coca-Cola. My Manland hat. I don't want to get flour all over that thing, right? And I definitely don't want to do it here in the house. I got to be outside to do this flour bomb thing, and I had this whole episode worked up. I'm not going to give anything away, but my wife's going to help me. But I thought how cool it would be to actually have the instigator of the original video to actually hit me in the face with a flour bomb. Well, she didn't show up. So now I'm thinking, Mike, who was accused.
That's very tempting.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute.
I would actually.
I'm going to go get my truck.
I would actually love it. I even went through this whole thing here with Peachy. I said, Peachy said the few episodes leading up to it, I want to make it seem like I'm a He-Man woman hater, like from the Little Rascals. That I don't like women. That all women, men rule and women drool. That type of thing. I wanted to build this thing up so that when it finally happens, the payoff just pays off. That Manland finally gets put in his position, that type of thing. Y'all got to understand now, I love WWE wrestling, and I understand what they go through. Nobody loves the heels, but it takes the heels to make those so-called babes or heroes to look so freaking good. Y'all don't realize what those heels go through. The bad guys, you got to love them. So I really do. I have that trait when it comes, and I'm not a bad person at all. I'm a very straight humanitarian. But in order to have joy in life, you got to have a few, you got to have that bad time in there to make you appreciate it. I just love playing the bad guy for some reason, and I kind of let it show in some of my videos every once in a while, especially when the frying pan hits me in the back of the head, which we got another episode coming up. Mike, I'm handing this over to you right now. I'm gonna fix me another drink and take another wee break.
There's actually it was 3 years ago, Dutch oven biscuits and hog jaw breakfast on a camping trip. I came in. I've been working on some necklaces with the tips off the antlers. I just walked in here and I was going to look something other up. I'm trying to figure out how to put a clip over the top of it, like a hasp, and I flipped onto YouTube, and here y'all sit. So what have y'all talked about tonight?
A little bit of everything, a few shout-outs, but I want to give you a shout-out because I really appreciate your answering my comment yesterday, I think it was. Yesterday or the day before, about what the actual material was that you made your tarp out of.
Mm-hmm.
And you told me it was duck cloth.
Yes.
That's, my Walmart had it, and that was exactly the stuff I was looking for, so thank you very much.
You're welcome. There's a little trade day is what we call it. It's a flea market outdoor, but it doesn't have any. It's really just the people of the area right here that bring stuff, antiques, things like that, and other materials. It's not a lot of the made in Korea and China stuff like that you see at a lot of them. It's really a lot of the old timers really that get together and they come out. And I'm assuming that there's a mill here that's called Mount Vernon. It's Regal Textile, and they make all of Carhartt's blue jeans, their fireman's pants, all this stuff. And he had about 120 yards of this stuff, and I'm assuming that's where it really came from. But he wanted $50 for it, and what happened was apparently it's end of the roll, or it's where it has gotten oil on it or something, and they have to cut it off. And I ended up with about 100 yards of it for like $50. This stuff here is about 2 to 3 mil thicker than what we get at Walmart. I mean, it's a very, very thick. It's like you've seen the Carhartt pants and the real thick ones that they make for the firemen and stuff like that. They're fire retardant.
Yeah.
Well, that's what this is actually made out of.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I was a firefighter for 19 years.
Well, there you go.
You got me, but I was a firefighter for 14 years.
Huh.
Well, I've put out.
I'm gonna have to post some videos
right after camping.
I've actually lost a lot of my fire, and I was the official photographer for our local volunteer fire department for insurance reasons. Change of, because this is supposed to be a live interview, let me take advantage of the fact that Mike Crash Bushcraft, and the formerly known as Mike Crash Bushcraft, he has now went Prince on us.
Good term.
Mr. Mike has changed his YouTube channel for a reason. Mike, and I'd like for you explained it in a way on your video that you released, but here for the live chat, if you would explain it 30 seconds or less.
Basically, in a nutshell, after I decided that I was wanting to open up a small business for tax purposes, just to be able to sell some stuff that I have. Well, Crash Bushcraft just really labels, when you put the tag Bushcraft, if you came to my channel, to me, if I see Manland, I know that I've got anything and everything possible. But if it said Mark D. Bushcraft Extraordinaire, I don't want to see nothing but bushcraft. Period.
Right.
And because that's what I came to. When I go to the Wilderness Outfitters or Dave, I know what I'm expecting because he's outdoors doing all kinds of things. So that when I'm looking for some type of knowledge, then that's what I'm going to be typing in, is that specific. And when I put the bushcraft on it, because I've done it for a while and I've really enjoyed it, it was hard to make a knife in the building and put that on the channel for
Right.
me. So that's why I decided, I like the ASR because the logo that I've actually have designed and made to go on my shop and stuff, and the way it'll come out, it kind of gives it just an acronym almost, in a sense, to where you don't have to go through the whole thing, to actually put it in. But that was pretty much it. Not anything against bushcraft, because I still do it, I still enjoy it, but with my time schedule and work, I don't have as much time to produce that type of videos and get out. I mean, you make a shelter, for example, the Bender shelter that I'd made, I did it in the backyard. Making one of those, Mark and I from Scouting Free talked about it today. When you make something like that, it means nothing until you stay in it overnight.
Right.
Show me what it feels like. Show me what it's really like. I've stayed in those type of debris shelters and things of that nature many a nights. You don't know that. I mean, you speculate that I may know that I've done it, but when you don't see it, it makes it harder. So that was one of the main reasons for being able to kind of change it over, because I want to be self-reliant upon myself. I want to make that to where I need to make a knife because whatever ever happens, here's what I have, this is what I can do. I'm not going to fall short and land right in LT Wright's studio and, oh, wow, a couple of hundred blanks. Great, I'm good. But I will find a saw blade somewhere, and I know how to take that saw blade and make a cutting instrument out of it, but just my knowledge, or
Right.
shelter, that I need to keep my family warm or whatever. And that was basically why I'm more self-reliant, is what I was leaning towards, than labeling just being put into Wilderness Extraordinaire or the canoeist of all, because when I see a canoe, my first thought is, oh, great, I need to learn how to do some canoeing. I'm going to his channel, and then if all I see is my son's football games on his channel, what the heck?
Yeah.
And you get subscriber, you lose subscriber. You get subscriber, you lose subscriber. So it's hard to build up a rapport with the folks that, well, like with y'all. I mean, I watch videos and stuff. That was just my take on it. But, the person really is more than anything. The name is just, how do you get to them? The person behind it. When Mark and I, we talked about it, the content that you deliver is what people watch. They could care less if you were named Message. They really don't care that much about what the channel name is as much. So in a nutshell, the business side, I needed a name to name it that would relate to what I'm doing and selling. So it's kind of hard to...
I hate to coin this phrase, that being said. What you just said, that being said. That's one of my pet peeves of YouTube here. Y'all, I hate using the coin phrases that everybody else uses, that being said.
Which one?
That being said.
Well,
especially the word basically.
Well,
I think
yeah.
we watch so much YouTube and we pick up on those coin phrases and we naturally just want to say it like it's second nature to us. That's a whole nother video. I hinted at it on my other videos, but I'm not going to go to that right now.
I have several of those phrases.
Yeah.
And like you said, you hear something. An older gentleman I know, every time he speaks, he'll go right. Well, I said all of that to say it's in every statement after he is finished. Well, I said all that to say I'm gonna be taking tomorrow off. Man.
Mike, I want to ask you something. Well, there's a lot of things I want to ask you, but I'm trying to keep this. It's supposed to be an hour, but
I'm free tonight.
since I don't have to work, we'll keep it going to 3, 4. It said I got until 8 o'clock, 8 hours to at least do this thing.
Well, I won't be here that long.
Right. Well, I'm just gonna throw some questions out. If you don't mind answering, and in all honesty, that's another coin phrase. In all honesty, Donnie Pavellini of Donnie Pavellini Outdoors, who is a great friend of mine. I love Donnie. A fellow Mississippian. He's on the South Coast. I'm about an hour or so away from him. He put out a recent series, and it was basically about camping. And I want to know what your thoughts on his series was. I found it personally funny, entertaining, and somewhat informative.
With mine,
Well, your
with Donnie is just he's like you. He's just a natural, funny guy. I mean, he has great punchlines. He will catch you when you're not. You'll be thinking Jesus, and then boom, here's the devil. I mean, it's just he's that way. I think Mark and I we spoke about some things, some videos that I was wanting to do, and he made a very good point, and it's what I was looking at. There is a need for that, and he watches a lot of my videos, and he had made the comment. He said sometimes you need to, and I say this loosely, dumb down what you're talking about, because there's somebody that does not know what a 30-degree angle is when you're putting that on a knife. He says show them a 30-degree angle so now they know that it was from the tip to the spine, that you're coming off of this, not lay the knife this way. He said because somewhere there's someone that did not know that. And with what Donnie is doing is taking you from I don't know nothing about camping, I'm 8 years old or I'm 60 years old and have lived in New York City downtown my whole life, and I'm going camping. How do I set up a tarp? How do I set up a hammock? How do I go out there and make a fire? What kind of firewood can I take to a public camping area that says no firewood from another state?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All of those things that he has done has targeted maybe not so much as you and I, or maybe Alan or some of the other guys, but he is targeting a specific group of people that do not know. So to me, I think what he's doing is awesome.
Yeah, I want to sit there and say there's a few things that Donnie in his videos did that I did not realize. Well, I did realize, but it did not realize it until the first annual Southern Bushcraft Rendezvous that we had here in 2015 of October. Was when you go to a federal piece of public land, state-owned, that you were not allowed, and I did not know this, I honestly did not know this, that you could not bring firewood from your state to that area.
It's pretty much, from my understanding, it's pretty much almost all of the lower 48 states have a law now, and it's for transferring bugs, termites, the different types of critters that grow and live inside the bark of the tree, so they don't get infested with that type of damaging the beetles that get in the pine trees and things like that. From my understanding, it's not just going into a state park. You can go camping on a forestry land. You can go camping at your buddy's house that lives in Michigan. You can't drag your wood through all these states because of all these laws that they have in effect that are good. You know, it's not one of those laws that are trying to hinder you from, you know, being free and able to do what you want. It's really more about saying, you know, we don't want our trees to be infected by the beetles that are in South Georgia. You know,
So
we
that
planted hard. Our people paid good taxes to get these trees put in here so we can get the oxygen, whatever the case may be. I think that's a lot of people do not know that, and like you said, you didn't know that,
I had
and
no idea. That so
putting
that's
that out.
Mike,
just-
you're in Georgia, correct?
Yes,
So if you were to invite me on your private land,
you cannot bring
you said,
your wood from
"Mark,
Mississippi.
come over here and let's just enjoy a good time." And I said, "Hey man, I got some good Mississippi wood over here. You know that I got, you know, my wood I'm gonna bring with me." It's a bad idea to bring that over there because there's actually a law that says that you cannot do that. Correct?
Yes,
See,
and
not
like when you leave Mississippi and go into Alabama and then come on over into Georgia, you just broke two sets of them.
right.
Because you just went through Alabama with that as well. I had bought some, a lot of y'all may be familiar, or you may be familiar with him, but Got Rocks and Head, Dan, I had bought some yew wood from him to make handles. And when he mailed it, from my understanding, he had to go into the post office and they had to check it to make sure that he could send it. And that is already processed wood that is down to a scale set, you know, a little 6-inch by 3-inch by 1-inch thickness that has been processed and everything. The heat treating is what they were checking, you know, because if you don't have it heat treated, which means that you have burned out any parasites or anything like that, or any of the bugs that would be in the wood, you know, in the bark and things like that. That's why exotic woods are so expensive, is the process. It's not that it's a super exotic wood from Brazil, you know, it's because getting it to the ship, getting it brought over, getting it to customs, getting it sent over to another place, and then getting it out, it's a big process, you know. We don't want it, which is odd because of the shipping laws with just foods. You work in the grocery industry.
Right.
When you get these different things, it like grapes, when it says imported grapes, that grape was not picked yesterday and shipped over here by a big freight train or a big plane. It was probably picked 6 weeks to 8 weeks to 12 weeks ago. You know, potatoes is another one. You're familiar with it. When you see the big sell-on potatoes, don't think it's just because it's harvest time and they plucked that thing out of the ground. You bought last year's potatoes that have been in a storage. They need to make room for that fresh potatoes that are coming in. You know, it's a big thing.
I'm just wondering if we've gotten to. I understand. Well, you know what? It comes down to this. This is my way of thinking, right or wrong. We become too safety conscientious. What's the word? Conscientious. Yeah, that word right there. That we're missing out on a lot of good stuff. However, every time there's a stupid law that's created, there had to be a real situation that caused a lot of problems. Is the reason they created a law to begin with.
Sometimes it's just a whim. We make videos sometimes and don't have a crack of know of what we're doing, and it's either a hit or a disaster, you know. And then you always have that one guy that goes, boom, I'm busting you out right now, you know.
Hold on, Mike. Alan just laughed, and I want to know why he laughed, because there had to be a reason for that.
It's just, I've seen videos where you could tell the person had never tried it before and was making it sound like they did. You could
All right,
tell.
that sounds like me.
I'll give you a good example. Last year, the Bender shelter. I had never made one. Even put it in the video. I'm going to try something. It never occurred to me to bend twigs together like that and make that fashion. We made huts. We've made spider shelters. We've made wiki ups. We've made all these things as kids and even as adults to live in. When I say live in, you know, short term, a week, maybe 2 weeks at the most. I seen these little Bender shelters bending these small twigs, and when I looked it up, I went into it half cocked. I was ready. I can do this. I mean, it's a simple concept, you know, it's nothing big. So I put in there, said, I'm going to try something today. It's a baker's tent, a tinker's tent. I even named it that. It ain't nowhere near a baker's tent. It's a tinker's tent is basically half of a Bender shelter in a sense, you know, but it's not the same. And I don't remember the gentleman's name. He's a cool guy. I can't think of it. But he made a comment in there for me, and he said, great process, love it, but it's nowhere near a Bender shelter or a baker's tent, nor is it a tinker's tent. This thing's been out for over a year, you know, 200 or 300, 400 views on it. Nobody's ever said anything, you know. Now, what do I have to do? On the computer. And then I find out, so I change it and put a big description of why I changed it in there. Because, like, you know, I said, you know, we sometimes, it's something we know that we can do. We've never done it, but we know that we could do it, so let's put it on the video. And when we look at all the YouTube videos out there, there is very, very few pieces that come out today that is an original. We put our own spin on it. You know, we're left-handed, he was right-handed. Boom, I can change this. I'm doing it left-handed style. You know, here's for all the left-handed people.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. They're all basically the same concept. It's the only differences are your style.
And sometimes, I say this, I've been in management for almost 30 years. Just because you're a good manager does not mean you can get through to another employee. Sometimes a different person can get that person say the same thing you did and let them understand it much better, whether it's an integrity issue they have with you, whether it's a personal issue they have with you, whether it's an inferiority complex they have with you, whatever it is. Sometimes someone else can deliver the message that you can't, and sometimes videos, some people put a better delivery on it and get better results. And sometimes you're just a popular guy like Dave Canterbury, and you could show how to paint a can with a can of spray paint, and it's a hit.
When was that? I'm going to say something here right now. Scrambled O. Scrambled O says, I have, let's see, I got
Just tell him to get in here. He doesn't need no camera. Get in here, all.
he just needs audio. That's all he needs. I got an old video that is not publicly shared. It's crayfish, frog legs, and wild onions. By the way, hey, there, Tony. Scrambled O. Man, you have never mentioned anything about frog legs on any of your YouTube videos. You're really not ticking me off, but you're making me very curious. I love frog legs, y'all.
Did he not get a link? Or he can't get it?
Scrambled O. Scrambled O. I tell you what, brother. Are you still there? If you're still there, write something in the external. My wife is the official external person here. Let me give her a little shout out here. There she is. She's the external chat girl. And so there we go. She's my official monitorer for this chat. Because I cannot. Y'all know how it is when you host your own live events here. You can't watch the real thing and pay attention to what's going on and watch the external at the same time.
Well, listen, I'm gonna have to jump off here because one, I've done burned up a half a rick of wood in my building today, and I ain't been out there 3 hours.
Right. You said you ain't got nothing to do later on.
I do. I'm making knives and necklaces and all this other stuff. I go to work in the morning, or I don't go to work in the morning. I go to work tomorrow evening at 3.
Well, you got plenty of time to sleep till then.
Huh?
You got plenty of time to sleep till then. Remember, I work in the grocery store too. I know. And
I
by
got
the
plenty
way,
of time for sleep. I just got.
if you don't know, my boss lady, who I love, quit today.
That means somebody's gonna have to fill that.
Yeah, we got somebody that they hired outside of me.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm not upset. I told him I didn't want the position.
No.
Did not want it.
Sometimes it's just not all that it's cracked up to be.
I just dread the training time.
It's funny how
Training.
you'll have to train someone to tell you what to do.
Right. I don't mind that. I'm very, very submissive. I get
There will come a time, whether it's male or female, it doesn't matter. You're going to be training them all the processes that you do in the store, how to order, how to set up your everything. 6 months down the road, they're going to change everything that you're familiar with, and it's going to make you mad.
Well, it always does, but
It does.
it bounces back all the time. But I have the I don't know what the word is right now, but I only live like 3 minutes away from my job.
I live less than that.
She's got to drive 45 minutes to an hour away. Quitman, yeah.
You know what that means, don't you?
So that means I'm going to be doing exactly the same thing that my old boss did, because she lived, and I'm always on call. Always on call. But the supervisor of the company just don't seem to realize that, because they watched my YouTube videos and they told me that I was no longer allowed to record videos there at the store.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it got found out. I thought I was trying to promote my company. They took it the wrong way and said, don't do it no more.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Promoting the company's a cool thing, but I didn't know they were called Bushcraft whatever.
Yeah. Well, or definitely not.
I think they took it that way too. But I tell you what, you can go back and watch your videos and look at the comments and you'll remember. I have sat there and laughed. I was like, how in the God's creation does this man have time to do that in the grocery store?
Well, what they don't realize is that we have 30 minutes to an hour that we're supposed to be clocking out for to do our thing.
How can you do that when you're the key holder? And Mark,
Well,
come to the front, please. Marty, come to the front.
I don't want to make a big issue out of this, because this is now a well-known controversy in my particular organization. But we did not clock out for lunch at one time, and they still held out for our so-called lunch. And two, when we clocked out for lunch, we were not allowed to do the thing. We could not leave the premises for our lunch break. We still had to be there because we're the key holder. And so it's kind of like this, like when I was driving a truck. When you shut down for a 34-hour reset, you're off the clock, but yet they wanted you to stay with that load that you're supposed to be guarding, but you're not getting paid for.
Right.
That never made no sense. So now we're in the same situation where we clock out for lunch, but we're not supposed to leave the premises because somebody needs a money order, a Western Union, or a customer needs help.
See, Georgia's laws are pretty specific. Salary does not matter. Hourly, you should, if you're working the 8 hours, you're entitled to a 30-minute paid lunch
Right.
uninterrupted,
Right.
up to an hour of clocking out, and you can go and do as you please. But now I don't know if Mississippi laws are the same. They should be pretty well close to it. I don't take, I'm the position that I'm in, I refuse to take salary, because I've done that for 26 years, and
They will screw you over.
yes, so I chose to divide that out and say, this is what I'll take an hour for this many hours, and I'll work that. And anything over that, they try to keep me from getting because they don't want to have to pay, which, I mean, it's a good company that I work for. I mean, it's a franchise from Save-A-Lot. It's owned by Wade and Gallagher, and Scott, he's pretty much over the stores that we're in, but he's in our store every day, every morning, and it's good to have that extra set of eyes at times, because as well as I do, you try to keep your store nice and neat.
Somebody that you respect and admire, because not only is he looking out for his business, hopefully he's looking out for his employees as well.
And he does a good job. Sammy, the other guy that works there with me, he's technically the store manager, but for some reason Scott has in his eyes that you and Sammy, but I'm like, no, he gets the title, so he gets chewed out first, and he says, no, it don't work that way.
Yeah.
Y'all get chewed out, son. And when he calls us, he'll call us both up to the front. And I'm like, come on, dude. I take my orders from him. But guys, I am going to have to get off here because the wood stove is going to burn down, and I think I left the door open on it to draft. So it's
Hey, that'll work.
100 yards out there, and I was only coming in for 2 minutes. And
We appreciate you being here on the Manland Live interview, which was a disaster as far as the interviews go. But
they never are. I mean, the one thing that I've learned on all of the shows is they're going to watch you for you. And
right now we got 4 watching now.
we have 6 watching.
I'm a super. It says on her, my wife's over there 4.
Wow.
Probably
Let's show 6 now on mine. But the one thing, well, of course, if you've got it loaded up, that's probably one reason too. Alan, he does his show every night on Wednesdays. It's still kind of hours, but I've not had time. I don't really. It's like tonight, I just dropped in, and I've dropped in on his and stuff. He actually, not just trying to promote him, he actually has a New Year's resolution for, the crash bushcraft and survival thing that he's got there, delivering some actual content like we did in the beginning, so teaching you, some of the things that he's learned, as he's realized, it's something that he's pretty passionate about. He loves the show. I just don't have time to dedicate to it because of my new work schedule that I have, and we switched it from Monday to Wednesday, and next week I'll be working Wednesday. This week I'm working Wednesday. The following week I won't be working Wednesday, but I have to be at work at 3 a.m. Thursday morning.
For those of y'all who are not familiar, you're watching for the very first time, this is Mike, and it was formerly known as
Crash Bushcraft.
Monday night Bushcraft, and now it's moved to Wednesdays.
Correct.
So, if you would give the official title.
Right now, he's still going with just Bushcraft and Survival Chat. That's pretty much what he's going with. I don't know if he's going to change that over, but it's Wednesday night. Or actually, I think he changed it to something. I've not got to see any of them. He's deleted most of them. That's why he decided that, he was going to switch it over and deliver the content again. He'll probably kill me. He'll go, oh, you ain't got time for our show, but you go jump on Manland.
That's because Manland is like, he's like
I missed who you were talking about. You and who? I missed who you said. You and who?
Say it one more time.
You and who was the other person that?
It's Alan Hobbs from Freedom Bushcraft.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He Alan and I have been friends. Basically, we've met up. I drove out to his house and we done a overnight camping trip. I drove 11 hours one way, or 7 hours one way, to camp for 11 hours. Back 7 hours. Um, but he came down to Atlanta year before last to his brother's house in Douglasville, and then Tony Robo Hiker and I and Alan, we all went out to I can't remember that state park. We done a meetup and a hike there. This Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, and then leaving out Wednesday, I'll be going to the Donnelly Cabin in Tennessee with Parker Ridge, Brian Knapp. There's a couple of more. I can't remember all the names that are actually. Now I'm in trouble too because he watches every video I've got and comments on every one. He's coming up for a day. Basically, we're just going to stay up there. It's a cabin that has no electricity out in the middle of the forest. So
That sounds like a winner there.
it does. I'm kind of excited.
Well, I tell you what, Mike. I've got this crazy video I want to shoot. Maybe one day it will happen. But I wanna cook some biscuits. I want you there. I want Donnie Pavellini out there because he's the one that accused you of, burning the camp down. Or no, he saved the camp because he extinguished the fire. Y'all, I will
do a screen share.
The what now?
This thing let me do a screen share on yours.
It might. I don't know.
That's just.
I've never done this before, so I don't know. It might.
Hold on. Let me just do something.
So while he's doing that, I want to give a shout out to those of you who have not watched the videos here of the the first annual Southern Bushcraft Rendezvous that we had back here in October. There's a video that Donnie Pavellini of Donnie Pavellini Outdoors did, and he featured Mike on there when he did his video of this get together. It was so hilarious.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Mike, well, Mike he said he saved the camp because Mike burned the biscuits, and Donnie Pavellini saved the whole camp, But later on, in the video, he kept it in there. I don't know why he did, but he did. Donnie actually had his video camera running, still running.
He didn't have it running. He actually just left it unattended.
Okay. Well, Mike took advantage of the situation, and I'm not going to give it away, but Mike gave this great speech that was so hilarious. So there's a shout out and a tie-in to Donnie Pavellini of Donnie Pavellini Outdoors video for I think it's called the first Southern Annual Bushcraft Rendezvous. I don't know how he titled it, I can't remember. But it was during that particular time zone. And it was so hilarious. You can ask my wife, she's over here right now. I not only laughed my ass off, I laughed everybody else's asses off. That was so hilarious. There is one thing I want to say. I've always been one of those that's been very, very, you got to get together going. There's not much video. Why are y'all not videoing this thing? Well, that was my very first time to attend one. I'm going to tell you right now. And I may be speaking for myself, but I actually think I'm speaking for a lot of folks that were there. Is when you actually attend one of these great events, you're so involved in talking to the actual people that you consider your heroes. The last thing on your freaking mind is to grab the video camera and turn it on.
I think I have a total of 7 minutes worth of video for 3 days.
I've got like 3 more partial clips, 3 or 4 more partial clips that I'm savoring, not trying to put here on YouTube yet, because they're clips, and I don't really know how to introduce them. And one of them is Mark. from German Mark, what I'm trying to say, Singing Freedom,
Scouting Free.
and Chris from Windham Woodcraft. But and the other one is Drew, who does not. Well, he does have a YouTube account, but it's not according to Bushcraft. And we're talking about longbows in that one. And the fourth or maybe fifth one is I have no video, absolutely no video of Parker Ridge and his wife.
I have 2 minutes of him and Chris and Stan from Deep South Experience, and they're making a Pucker's pouch.
Yeah.
But here, just so you can see, I'm going to hit a screen share.
Okay.
Now,
Let me click on it. There we go. Let me click on it. There we go. Right there.
you won't hear the music.
What in the hell?
Is that better?
There we go. Oh, I see biscuits. I see biscuits. God save the biscuits. Is this when Donnie was there? Or is this another video? Oh, he just disappeared. Y'all, the man knows how to make biscuits. There's no doubt about it. But unfortunately, when he was there live with Donnie Pavolini,
Oh, it was horrible.
because he got caught up with talking, camaraderie, that type of thing.
That makes you feel better.
Yes, it does.
With
I don't
the,
know how many videos I have edited. That is,
all right, I'm done with that. But I am going to have to go. There's actually 12 videos, I counted them a while ago, of cooking biscuits in that same. The thing of what killed me on those biscuits, I have never done it the way I do it, with a pan and then flip a pan over. I've never done it on a propane grill. That's
yeah.
a direct heat just blowing up on it. When you cook it on a fire, you can slide it around and move it, and there's the temperature I need. When you put it on that thing, it's boom, 475 degrees instantly, and it don't cool down none. And it doesn't matter where you slide it, it's 475 or 500 degrees.
There,
And I burnt 3 sets of biscuits the first morning. And
there,
I finally told him, I said, just eat the daggone thing.
there is something there I will never, ever, ever repeat when it came to the next morning, because I was only there for one night, so the next morning. And I'm going to give a shout out to the grumpy guy and his lovely wife. The donut woman. Yes, the donut woman. My wife's kids have subnamed her the donut woman. I was trying to create the next morning's fire. Did not bring any firewood with me, processed firewood or anything of that nature. Make a long story short here, I was trying to film this thing, and then I turned the camera off because I was going to make actual cowboy coffee on video for that particular adventure. And I could not get the wood going. So it was Grumpy Guy's wife that was there next to me. And I said, please don't tell nobody what I'm about to do. And she looked at me, she says, what are you talking about? And I reached over and I grabbed the charcoal starting fluid and I squirted it all into the fireplace there. And I said, are you recording your video? I thought somebody would record a video. I'm peeing on this so-called fire. I'm trying to make it going. I was making light of the situation. But anyway, I got the thing going from, you know, not starting a fire, not using matches, not using a big lighter and all this paraphernalia. This is the only time I'm ever going to admit it. I started the next morning's fire from charcoal lighter fluid. And I squirted the heck out of this thing. And she was sitting there laughing, and she swore, she says, I will never tell. And I was actually standing there with the can in my hand between my legs, squirting this thing like I was peeing on the fire. And I actually had that on my video because I had the video camera running. And I did not publish this. I thought it was going to be such a letdown to all the fans of bushcraft that it was not funny enough because it was kind of vulgar in a way. Let me tell you what she did, y'all. This was I did not get this part on video. It was so hilarious. She was such a trooper that she walked in front of me and kind of held her hands out like she was trying to hide what I was doing. That was so funny. That was so funny to me. I have not yet spoke of that. But it goes back to the truth of reality of bushcraft and camping and this, that, and the other. I don't know what I'm doing except in reality is what I'm saying. I use any means, whatever it takes to get a fire going as an example. You know, Mike, you were there. It was cold the next morning. You know, we had all, what little sleep we had. You know, it's like your brain's not fully functional till you get that like 8 cups of coffee in you, that type of thing. We had a blast. There was not a negative moment at that place that I can think of.
Everything was it was very smooth. And you know, next year when they have it again, and I'm sure it'll probably be around in the same area, you know, or at least in Mississippi, I'm sure. A few of them had talked about moving it around a little bit. If anybody gets an opportunity to get that weekend off and you're into this YouTube community, you will not be disappointed. I mean, it was just,
Yeah.
I mean, everybody, it was just like, everybody, even if you didn't know anybody, you know, or wasn't very familiar with it, you just, people walk from one camp to the next camp, and it's just pulled up a chair.
You'll fall in love. You'll feel right at home. You'll feel right at home.
Now, you was talking about a while ago, for anybody that watches this now and later, you had said you didn't bring any firewood. You couldn't have got another fart in that car.
Yeah.
He had that son of a gun packed to the gills. I didn't even know there was 2 kids in the back until they unloaded about 4 or 5 truckloads, and then I seen 2 kids come out of the back.
we were fully loaded.
You were packed in there.
Hey, look, you know what? The kids
Yeah.
the 2 kids and my wife, that was their very first time to ever be camping in their life. It was such an impression that my wife's ex-husband and his new wife wants to make the trip. They got plans to be at the next Southern
That's
bushcraft.
impressive. I mean, it really is for somebody to want to go and do that and not have been there, but have heard enough about it from, you know, you, your wife, and the kids and stuff. that's it's to me it's impressive for somebody just to hear about it and say, hey, I want to go. You know,
Well, I tell you this right here. I'm the only thing I ever regret in my lifetime, and that, well, I'm gonna be honest. I've been to Disney World several times, and that was the best Disney World adventure I've ever been to. The sad thing is, it was only one night. I can guarantee you, this next meetup, I'm gonna have at least 2 nights. And if they
I got there on
told me that,
Friday.
You're gonna have to rent a U-Haul if you're staying 2 nights.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's pretty true. If
next time they bring that truck in the morning, load it down with grocery, tell them to bring it to you on Friday, and when he's backed up and you get it all unloaded, load all your stuff on and tell them to drive it down and drop it off.
Man, we took some more stuff home than what we brought.
I think everybody did.
Ranger Cookie loaded me up on food. I think he brought more than he intended. Everybody expected to bring more food to this rendezvous than they ever realized.
I'll tell you something that
Next time I show up, I'm gonna bring a can of beans. That's it.
it's funny you say that because when we start out doing a lot of the camping and stuff, and going out and staying overnights and stuff. I did this probably about 3.5 years ago. I think all of us get into Mark called it gear porn and camera porn. Basically, you just get overindulged into every piece of gear that's out there. And then I need that because, so-and-so did a great review on it or an overview, and he's like, oh, I could fit that in my kit and it would be perfect. Well, you didn't take something out.
Yeah.
You incorporated it. What I did about 3 years ago, when I realized it was whenever I went down the Pinhoti, and I only went about 33 miles for that weekend. After about mile 10, it was time to camp and rethink the gear. So what I started doing was every time I'd go out for an overnighter or a 2-day or 3-day, I wrote down what I took, and if I used it, I'd check it off. If I didn't use it, I didn't. Like if I had 25 items, if that's what I took, just anything from fingernail clippers up to a tent. If I didn't use it, I'd put a little old X. And then out of all those little 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 items of X's, I'd delete half of those. And now I've got it down to that. When I went to the rendezvous down there, everything I had weighed 11 pounds, backpack included, with the exception of the cotton picking propane on my table that I just took out. Guess what is not going with me next year?
I'm going to admit right now to everybody here on Open, Wide Open, this is going to be public, I am a car camper. If I can set the car on top of the fire, that's me.
Clamping.
Because, Alan, what did you say, Alan?
Same thing Mike did, glamping.
Yeah. I'm definitely, I got to bring the whole family and then some.
A lot of people don't.
It's just the whole experience of it. It is. Ranger Cookie showed up there, 3 or 4 days before the thing even started? I think 3 days. And he was there. He was so excited. He just went through a whole routine. He tried to, I think it was 3, maybe 2 days, but he was there way early. And he was so excited. Then you got Donnie. Donnie showed up, and you got Parker Ridge, Jason Parker Ridge, and then you got Stan of Deep South Experience. Mike, when did you show up? What about time did you show up?
I got there Friday afternoon about 5.
Okay.
And
Wow.
I left Sunday about 2:30.
Yeah, because we were the really late arrivals. I think we were the last ones to actually show up.
I was the last person to show up on Friday. And I believe y'all showed up Saturday night, Saturday afternoon.
Well, we showed there mid-morning Saturday.
Yeah.
And spent the night Saturday night. And I told my wife, I said, this is the last time this is going to happen. My job, I'm going to be there. This is my vacation. They're going to have to find somebody else to work for them or something. That's how much that meant to me. But unfortunately, my wife was working at the time. She's still working now. Just had her surgery. It's like, y'all, I don't know how to explain this, y'all. This is like, if you're into camping and you're in the area and you get to meet a group of YouTubians, this is better than going. This is better than watching live movie stars. It's better than going to Disney World. I've been to Disney World so many times it's become boring to me. This is the most spectacular thing I've ever seen in my life. And the fact that my wife's son is the only one to actually catch any fish there. Everybody else that were pros could not catch any fish. This little
He
kid,
also was, one of them was the only one that got stuck in mud up to his waist.
mud, and I think it's Grumpy Guy that showed the video. I've got video, and that's one of the videos I have yet to show. So I've been slavering trying to put the videos out there. So y'all who are, if you're still watching this live chat here, eventually I will post that video. And he had a hero, Mutt, NC Mutt, I think his name, NC Mutt.
Mud MC.
Mutt MC, yes, excuse me, Mutt MC came to his rescue. And when I took the video camera, I'm going to make this declaration now. I knew that I should have went out there and got this boy out this mud. But
Sometimes you got to film it, though.
I turned on my video camera and I'm thinking, this is a YouTube moment. This is like a Kodak moment. This is a YouTube moment. And then MSC went out there and he took charge of the situation and he got the boy unstuck from the mud.
What was where people, it wasn't like mud in a mud puddle. It's where the lake had receded back. And he went to walking out there, and I looked over there, and I was like, what's that boy doing over there? And then next thing you know, the other one was like, well, you can't get your leg out? And he goes,
Well, this is one of them situations, y'all. You know, you get an experienced person out there walking along that shoreline, and your foot for the first time settles down, and you realize, hey, I can't go no further, right?
Don't make another step.
About a kid who says, okay, my foot just went down, therefore I should take another step forward, and if I happen to get my first foot out, I'll take another step. So he really got stuck with a fishing rod in his hand because all he cared about, I'm catching fish. I'm catching fish. That's all.
That was probably the first thing he said when he got there was he wanted to go fishing.
Right.
He didn't care about camping. He didn't care about meeting anybody. That boy wanted to go and hit that water with that fishing rod. He's a typical young man that says, I'm going fishing.
He was totally dedicated.
He was sick when we first got there.
Yeah, he was actually sick. So
I remember that because and you know, what he did, a lot of people don't think about it. I guess he had a stomach ache or something, a fever like in his stomach or something.
Some kind of virus.
Yeah, because his natural instinct took over, and this is maybe what, a 10-year-old boy, 10 or 11 at that.
10. He was 10.
I walked by and I'd say to him, I said, you not feel good? And he says, no. And I said, well, you need anything? And no, I'm okay. You know, just the typical, you know, I don't know you, so quit talking to me, you know. And I turned around, talked to Parker for a minute, and I was coming back. He was laying on the ground with his belly pressed up against the cold earth. But people, that was the smartest thing he probably could have done because he was lowering his temperature where the fever was probably at. Just by doing that, because we have sensors in our wrist, and we have them around our navel, and we have them around the back of our heads. And
let me end that on a funny note. This boy is so intelligent. You as adults, I'm thinking I'm the superior, intelligent thinking person. When Stan did his little giveaway there at his campsite, I had my flashlight on, and we had done the giveaway, and he was in front of me, and I said, "Y'all watch for those guidelines coming off the hammocks." And he was in front of me. I said, "Watch out for the guideline." He said, "Okay." Well, he picked his feet up and stepped over it, and guess who tripped over the damn thing?
You did.
I did. I tripped and almost busted my damn nose. I'm the one that warned him, and he's the one that watched out for it.
And the funny thing is Stan had night eyes. He had reflectors. I mean, you could have landed a plane in that lake just by looking at the reflectors he had, and how you fell over it, I have no idea.
I know how I did. I was definitely drinking that same night. That's no excuse.
Yeah.
I had enough awareness and enough intelligence to tell the kids to watch out, and I'm right behind them, and I do the exact same thing that they should not do.
But
This was a super fun time, y'all.
He's already wanting to know.
Chris Windham Woodcraft and his wife were just absolutely fantastic when we were sitting around the campfire. Mike, you had went to bed.
no, I kept everybody up.
Well, yeah, that's the storm's a whole different process here.
That's the first thing they said. Parker, he said, we're going to be in the cabin. I said, I'll bring, a hammock or a tent. And I said, I'll sleep outside because, it's a cabin. And I said, I know I snore bad. And, well, that's an understatement. But I said, I'll sleep outside so y'all can get a good night's rest. And he said, oh, no. He said, you and Chris, which is his wife, y'all can compete back and forth together. And he said, but y'all have to get in sync. I said, what do you mean? He said, because if you don't, he said, y'all going to suck one side of the cabin over to the other side.
That's right. Let me tell you what, my wife snores worse than them all. And
well, I'm going to be honest with you. You put out a pretty good one there because I got up about 3 hours before anybody did both mornings. And I was like,
that was not me. That my wife is right next to me.
Was that her?
That is her, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I all I know was I figured about 5 more minutes and them tent pegs was going to pop.
Well, I'm gonna tell on myself. My family members and friends, when we go camping and stuff, they always say that asking me if I'm taking my pet bear.
A pet bear? Oh, because of the snoring?
Yeah, because I snore so loud. Yeah.
So that bear or cougar right there.
But everybody, I'm gonna have to get off here because I did leave that door open, and I don't think anything would happen. But my luck is I'll walk out there and go, well, guys, business is closed.
I melted the door off the stove.
That's exactly what I did. I was getting a draft in there, but I mean, it wasn't much of a fire. Even if it popped out, it's on a concrete floor. It wouldn't do nothing. But today I really have. I have loaded that, and it's just a little small cast iron single log stove that I keep in my building. I mostly keep it out there because it's got propane for gas heat in there, but I just keep it in there. There's something about the smell of wood, and when I can't get to the woods, I'll just throw it in there. And I've been out there, and it's 75 degrees with a fire in that thing.
I can relate to that.
My 6-year-old, we've been working on his bow drill, and he has got it down almost to a T. He's gotten smoke now, and his little arms wear out before he gets going all the way. But I found a cord that I use for sewing leather, and it is a heavy gauge waxed cord. It's just sewing thread, but it's a thick, about the size of an end of a a number 2 pencil lead, the inside part of it. It's not that big in diameter. But I 3-plied this. I twisted it and braided it together and made 3 plies out of it. That stuff in about 20 to 22 seconds max, I can have a coal. There is something
Wow.
about it. It spins that spindle without any slippage at all. But it doesn't pull. You know how the spindle will go in, and if you don't get it just right, it'll pull over to the side and pop out, or you'll drop your
Yeah.
handle. I mean, all that stuff is amazing. And I'm going to do a video on it eventually and get around to it, but I just, a bow drill.
What's he using for a bearing block?
I use a deer antler, where it forks out. I made him one and drilled a hole in the spindle for the bearing block to hold it down. It has less friction up at the top, but yet still gives it a nice smooth. That's one of the reasons too. It makes it a little easier. But with yeah.
I've seen a little secret that I'm going to try. I haven't actually done a bow fire either. I've played around, but I've seen well, it used to be a lone Wolverine, but a survival lily now.
Right.
But they did her and Mike did a video where they used a skateboard wheel with the bearing in it for a bearing block.
One of the guys.
I thought that was pretty cool. I'm gonna have to try that.
It is. I've never done one, but one of the guys at that Bushcraft meetup, he had one and he had done it. Now that little young man, I can't think of his name now. The one with the longbow that he spoke of a while ago. I can't think of his Drew. He done a spindle fire with his hand out there, and it's not uncommon. You know, we've all worked on it, and we've all learned how to do it. But the way he did it, this young man whipped one of them out a minute. I mean, start to finish, and just spun it right out. Had a nice glowing coal. I mean, a nice one. And a lot of people don't know, but a cane pole, dried out, I don't know if y'all call them river cane or, you know, some people call them bamboo. It's all a type of bamboo. You get one of those that is dried out, you can make a fire saw out of them real well, but you can use that for a hearth board, and it works very well.
We don't have that up here in Michigan.
Yeah.
Well, not that I've seen.
You probably have them, but they probably don't get very big. You need one that's a good 3.5, 4-inch diameter to get the flatness, you know, that you're going to need, because it's round and it's kind of hard to keep that thing down. But a fire saw is one of the easier methods of doing a primitive fire, I guess. But I'm kind of like that one big video that I did, that what is a good bushcraft knife, has nothing to do with a knife. And I know who watches the video and who doesn't, because the ones that don't watch it, the first thing they do is, I had gotten about 5 of these Bear Grill knives, and the little orange ones that Walmart sells and all that. The first one I got, my wife bought it for me for Father's Day for Caden to give to me. It is 5 years old now, and for 2 years I used it instead of my Pathfinder knife. I have yet to break it, have yet to destroy it, have yet to lose the pommel. I mean, and it has done anything and everything. Now, maybe it was just the guy made it on a Tuesday and he just got religious and he was in a good mood and made the thing just right. You know, the rest of them may be junk and broke. But the video is nothing about that. It's more about learning how to live without any of these amenities that you purchase, then go buy them. Because I had seen so many young men, and, you know, especially with the Boy Scouts and stuff, they were coming to me like, I'm getting that new Pathfinder knife, you know, great knife, good knife. I'm getting it, and I'm going to be able to do everything. And I just set them down. I said, no, stop.
Yeah.
That knife is a tool, but it is not your lifeline. You need to learn how to live and do things without it, because if you lose it by whatever means, you're done. And that kind of goes back to what you were saying. You haven't done a bow drill yet, but you know how to get a fire. You have probably what, 3 or 4 different methods. I mean, we know a big
Oh, yeah.
lighter. We know that lighter fluid works for Manland.
Well, yeah.
But when you said that a while ago, I personally, on my level,
Necessary.
I think personally on my level, what I believe is you got a fire started, and that's what counted.
That's
If
right.
it had been a survival situation and you had not had a string to make a bow drill and you'd lost your shoes or whatever, you didn't have enough wood out there to get a proper spindle to spin it out, or you just couldn't get the right amount of friction, you got a fire. And that's what it's about, is making it with whatever means necessary and using what's useful and rejecting what's useless. And you did it. You know, you probably look weird doing it, but but that's, to me, that's what all of the self-reliance and bushcraft and wilderness ways and everything else that you can think of under the sun is, getting the desired results with what you know how to do. You know, just because another guy can spin a spindle and have it done in a minute and do a bow drill and make flint and steel and, you know, do a fire roll and do all this other stuff, he just has a little bit more ammo to go into battle with. But in the end, the first shot's what makes it.
That's
So-
right. And I don't want to, since it's late night and I don't think nobody else is really watching. I shouldn't say this right here. But if you, Mike, if you and your sweet one wife were in a survival situation, I won't go no further than that right there. It's not appropriate. But anyway, during the love-making process, if you were to stick a bird's nest down there to catch the flame, that would be a survival situation.
Well, to be honest with you,
Got to realize.
when I was young, that could happen. The older I have gotten, it ain't gonna happen.
Right now, I got to call Unsolved Mystery to find out where mine's at.
When I was 20, I could start a fire that way in about 8 seconds. It takes. It don't last 8 seconds anymore.
Mike, what you just said right there, it's whatever means necessary to so-called start that fire in life and death situation. And
Well, how's that saying go?
It's
When I
how-
was younger, I could go all night. Now that I'm older, it takes me all night to go.
Yeah, exactly. in that theory that you're saying, we process millions and millions of data through our brain in a day. It's being able to pull that out when you need it. You know, I could ask you a mathematical question today, and putting you on the spot, you probably wouldn't get it. You'd have to stop and think. But on a whim, if you were fixing to die, you'd hit that thing out, because our brain will pull it out. We just have to not fight it. And that's what happens to people in survival situations, is they panic and fight what's going on. They just panic through the whole thing. And that's why it says, you know, sit down, stop, and think.
yeah,
Just a minute's worth of process, and you calm your nerves down. You know, okay. You know,
Your number one survival tool is a calm, cool head.
but I'm going to go back to a real-life scenario situation. It's like, and everybody out there has never actually been set on fire for the first time. and they preach this, they teach this. I've been in the fire department for a long time. That if you're on fire, you stop, drop, and roll. Nobody in a real life scenario that's been caught on fire ever sit there and says stop, drop, and roll. They didn't think about it, but it applies to a real life scenario, just like you said. You need to stop, and you need to think about your situation, and the intelligent thing is to stop, drop, and roll to put the
You
fire.
know what helps you with that theory and why it doesn't really work? When
It's-
is the last time that you repeatedly, on a day-to-day basis, was walking through the house, stopped, dropped, and rolled? If you repeatedly done that every day, just like building a fire, just like making shelters, just like practicing all this, your mind
People
would
are
drop.
not actually on fire to be put to the test, to put that to test, stop, drop, and roll. If you're in a real survival situation, it's the same scenario. Not as painful right at that moment.
But
the
the thing
reality-
is
Shocking part of the reality is like, oh my God, I've got to get this fire started. Or, oh my God, I've got to provide for my family. Or, oh my God, I'm going to lose it because now the SHF, the shit has hit the fan. What do I do?
that
they-
preparedness is
they- the mentality of the preparedness is not there, is what I'm saying.
right. But if you
Hear it
practice
all
that,
the time. We've always heard it. But do we really practice it? Look, I've been in the fire department for a long time, and yeah, I've actually been to the point to where I was almost on fire several times myself. Did I, as a professional, thought that rule stop, drop, and roll? No, it would not work in a burning inferno. I
you know
realized that
who? Do you know who is more likely to do that?
a nerd. a nerd.
Close.
A
A
nerd
child.
who really thinks those things. Yeah. Well,
A child is more likely to do it because they retain that information and it processes quicker because they've not been clouded with 1,400 different ways of putting out the fire.
right. But
As an adult, we have to. You have the little millions of endorphins.
million things that goes through our minds as an adult that says, I know a better way to do this. But
Exactly.
they never practiced it.
And that would be one of the things.
Over here on YouTube is the things that we've been shown, the things we've been taught, the things that we want to believe. Have we actually done it ourselves? That's why I go back in a pet peeve, the Rudiger roll or the fire roll. The first time I ever tried it, did not work. Second time, no, it did not work. Third time, it didn't. No, fourth time, did not work. Finally, the fifth time, but only after watching the videos very closely and paying attention to the details, it worked. And guess what? Not only did it worked very stupidly simple. It's because I did not pay attention.
Have you seen the different ways that has been done over the last 2,000 years? The Romans, that's how they started almost all of theirs. But they would use shields that they had with the leather. You can actually do it with leather.
Wow.
And by using a round stick and a piece of leather on the stick, the friction is what you're causing. But it never occurred to any of us to do that.
No.
But friction can be done. I have seen a man take a piece of leather, put it on a string, like another piece of the leather, and then he rolled up pretty much that same scenario with the little bit of coal that's inside of it, and then the paper and stuff, and tuck it and put that leather on that string and run it back and forth on the string in between his legs like you used to saw rope in half with the same rope, and sit there and do it, and it's 10 times easier and pops out of coal.
Alan, let me ask you this. Boggy Creek Beast, I think it was him that said that the whole system of the Rudder is so easy, and I don't mean to make it sound easy, because it definitely takes a little bit of practice, and technique.
The concept is easy.
Do it in your hands. You can actually roll it in your hands, and I've yet to do that. And I'm not saying Boggy Creek Beast is a bald-faced liar. No. The brother knows what he's talking about. He's researching. He's dedicated his life to this.
I think that's one of the things is the more you learn all of this stuff, and the more I'll learn, and the more that Alan's going to learn, and the more everybody is going to learn, these things, the concept of understanding how it works, when that mentality is grasped into your brain will feel and know.
Yeah.
This is too much pressure. No, this is not. This is it. There we go. I can feel it. I know it's coming. That's whenever.
And it's the same thing, I assume, with the bow drill and the hand drill.
All of it's the same. You got to know when to push down now.
Two methods that I have still yet to master. I have been successful with bow drill, but not the hand drill.
That is the hardest for me to do. I don't know if it's, well, one is I'm getting older, so the joints they ain't as loose as they used to be. All of these things were done at an early age, and then as I gotten older, I steered away from them because for video purposes, I'll use flint and steel. That's my go-to.
I'm going to go back to what Alan said. And I think it goes back to the concept of prepping, the basic prepping. It's called the big.
Oh, it is. And that's why I was saying I use for video purposes to give you that visual of I'm out there in the woods, I'm going to do it. But whenever I'm going to go glamping, you made a joke about it a while ago, using the lighter fluid on the charcoal. Right. 80% of my fires in a glamping situation, I started off with charcoal and cook my hamburgers or cook my ribs or do whatever, and I pull them coals right down there on the ground and then stack my wood on it.
Right.
I mean, I'm making a fire for me. I'm not in a survival situation. I got lighter fluid. I got lamp oil. I got all of it.
That's my whole point. It's about camping.
Yeah.
That's how I got into this whole thing here is camping. Period. Quotation marks. Camping. Modern technology. Camping. What is the new gizmo? Camping. That type of thing.
If you don't have a big lighter in your camping gear, in your bushcraft gear, in your survival gear, you are.
Or I will say a Zippo lighter, the old-fashioned, which is going to take several strikes to light up. There it goes.
I can't use the Zippo because every time I get it, I just end up going. I run out of fuel before long. I have about 5 Zippos, and
y'all, I will challenge y'all to this right here now. No lie. I bought this lighter for my wife here at Walmart, and it was the last lighter in the house. I have been to several tobacco shops. No Zippos. Walmart, since after Christmas, no Zippos. Zippos is becoming a very rare thing now, unless you get it offline or online.
The thing about Zippo is they have so many variations of a Zippo. You have a $5 Zippo, you have a $20 Zippo, you have a $50 Zippo, and there's different calibers in each one of those. I've got about 3 of those $10 Zippos, I guess. I guess whatever like you get at Walmart. Mm-hmm. And then I've got one that I've had for about 30 years that when I put it in my hand over here, I can put 5 of the $10 ones from Walmart.
Right.
And this hand still falls down more. You feel the difference in them, but it works off of one concept. Flint.
That's right.
Take that flint out.
Well, and what you got to realize is they're all Zippos, and we've always referred to them as look at the bottom for the strikes.
There you go.
The little Roman numeral 1 or whatever. The strikes are what tell you the grade of it. The more strikes, the higher the grade Zippo it is.
And
Okay. I'm looking at it right now. And
it better not say 0.
I see no stripes. This was purchased at Walmart. I'm going to be honest. I will show it to you on camera, but it's not going to pick up the.
It will if you quit jerking it around.
Well, I'll try to hold it steady. I'll put the light on it.
Oh no! Now we
You're
can't see.
Right, I know. You can't see it because of my LED lights. Let me read to you what's on the bottom of this Zippo. Solid black from Walmart. In the camping sporting goods section. Only one they had here in Waynesboro. It says the letter K. Then it says Zippo. Big bold logo. 15. Well, here's the giveaway. This is the actual Zippo here. It says from Bradford, Pennsylvania, made in USA. That's it.
Is it ZIPPO or ZIPO?
Z-I-P-P-O. This is the actual Zippo.
That's the same. I've got one of them. Is it black or is it a gray matte black?
No, this is black, and this is the black. And then the only reason it doesn't light up on the first few lights is because when I got it, we could not get a hold of the Zippo lighter fluid, and I put Always Save brand charcoal lighter fluid in there, which worked, but
it's not a heavy enough oil base.
yeah, it took 15 strikes to get it going, but it did work. So that's good to know. So now I have the original Zippo lighter fluid. There's the Zippo, the actual brand lighter fluid. It may be backwards. Man, this thing's showing up backwards on Google here.
It's not on ours.
Okay, well on mine it's reversed, like a mirror effect. And I bought my wife the actual Zippo flint. So I got all 3 components, actual 100% USD approved Zippo. But the sad reality of it is that Zippos are not easy to buy. If you would go to a convenience store, to your local tobacco shop, you might be lucky and get a Zippo lighter, but it's getting very hard to find, y'all. It really is, and it could be because of the Bics, and all the little China knockoff and all the inexpensive lighters. But you can't beat a Zippo. I carried a Zippo most of my life, and I don't have one now, so I bought my wife one. I went back to Walmart to get one for myself, and they still don't have the thing in stock.
I'm going to have to get out of here because it's almost 2 o'clock.
Wow, it's almost like
1 o'clock.
Yeah, 1 o'clock my time.
It's 2 o'clock my time almost. But it's been
Yeah, it's
interesting.
2 o'clock here too.
If I get in trouble with Alan Hobbs, it's y'all's fault, so remember that.
That's all right. Just tell Alan, we had to take a funny break.
Yeah. But y'all have a good one. Thanks for letting me stop in. And I'm going to go out there to the building and see if it's still standing or if I got a nice fire outside.
Well, Mike, man, I appreciate you showing up here. That means a lot.
Thank you.
Oh, well,
Yeah, it was nice talking with you.
It is.
let me
I
ask
would
you.
have came in New Year's Eve, but by the time the ball dropped and Caden talked, and I just said,
Let me ask you this question here, right quick, Mike. Is
No.
why did you come to my channel? Period. Point blank. Sum it up as quick as you can.
the first time,
Yeah, the very first time. Because I had
heard-
no idea
Oh.
you even existed, and you just did a shout out for me for some reason, and I was like, "Who is this guy? Why is he doing this?"
Dino talked about you continuously in all of his videos. Donnie Pavellini, I had never heard of. And I was talking to JD outside, and he was commenting about how funny you were. So I type in Manland, and I watched about 6 videos, and I like to have died every time. It was hilarious.
So Dino
And-
is responsible, and I never knew it because he does not. Hey, Dino does not chat, does not comment on my videos very often.
He done a shout out, not a shout out, but he named about 6 people, and that's when I heard it first, and then I heard it through a few other people how funny you were, and then JD was talking about some video that you had did, and he said it was hilarious. So I went and watched them, and then you were doing the moon pie.
Yeah.
And I was out camping that day, and it just clicked in my head. I said, this guy's hilarious. I said, I'm going to give him a shout out. So I sat down with my RC Colon moon pie because I found it interesting that you were doing your videos in the back of the grocery store. And it kind of hit just the way you go about your approach of sneaking around, sliding in, and then coming back out. It was just, I found it funny, I found it entertaining, and I've not watched all of your videos. You know, I mean, I haven't watched all of anyone's videos, you know, like we talked about in the beginning. You know, I kind of catch up and then I work my way back, and I'll sporadically jump around. You know, if the title catches my eye, you know, if it's like how to fly fish with Shavash Regal, all right, let's check this one out. You know, but if it's like I'm taking a dump on the toilet tonight, I probably don't want to see that one. You know, whatever. But that's how it came about, and I watched it, or I watched that particular one, and when I was going out that day to do my little review on some camping equipment that I had bought, I took a moon pie and an RC Cola, and I sat down beside the tree there, and I go, I'm gonna give this cat a shout out. And I didn't even tell you, I don't think, but that's how it happened.
Well, there I missed the good old days then.
But I mean,
When I was on my lunch breaks back in the good old days.
but I mean that in a nutshell, that's how I found. You know, I flipped over to Alan's channel today. I started. You were. What was it that? Let me think, because I watched about 20 videos today. You had commented just about on several of my videos there, and you know, I feel that, you know, if somebody's going to take the time to watch my video, I try to, and it's hard to do, you know, to keep up with all 1,100 and some other that I've got now. And you know, 3 years ago I had like, I remember when I hit 100, then I remember 200, and then from 2 to 6 was pretty quick, and then it just died. And then 6 to about 750 took about a year, and then 750 to 1,100 was about 2 months. And when I was watching Alan's, you were doing a review on some knives that you had bought at Walmart, and I was going to comment on it, but I didn't. And I'll tell you why. You know, here, the only pocket knife that I enjoy and I carry, and most people know this if they've watched any of my videos, is a simple Sodbuster Junior. Not that I don't like the new, you know, I don't even know the names of a lot of the knives that are out there. I've had a Sodbuster big one and the Junior since I was about 15 to 20, somewhere in there. They've just been in that is my knife. I have at least 10 custom made knives that I've made. I have probably 15 or 20 different big larger knives that I have bought over the years. And when I go camping, I take a Habulous Bush Tools Pathfinder trade knife that was given to me by, well, the school stuff, but I take it and it comes off of my side maybe one time out of every 20 trips. Everything I do with that Sodbuster Junior. I start fires with it with my Ferrocerium rod. It's got a perfect 90-degree spine on the back of it. It is razor sharp. I carve wooden spoons out with it. So I didn't know what to say about the knife that you had. So do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was a good review. I mean, you told about it. You told how you were going to take, the little pocket clip thing off because you weren't into that. I thought, let me find another video. And the only reason for it was because I don't know anything about, I couldn't even name, I think Kershaw makes a bunch of knives. I've heard that name. When I'm looking at knives, and there's this big display of them at the Sportsman's Warehouse or wherever I'm at Bass Pro Shop, and the first thing I come down, they have the little folding knives, the tactical folding knives, I just keep walking.
That is pretty much my thing. The only knife that I have used for the past 2 years is the Winchester. I don't even know what name it is now. The logo has fell off. It's been my pocket knife for the past 2 years.
I have probably 50 old timers. Just about every old timer that was ever made that I can get my hands on. I don't use them. I just collect them.
The pocket.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I only bought that knife because I've seen all the reviews on them, and I kind of like the looks of it. But you know what's in my pocket since I've probably been 10 or 11 is my Schrade 2-blade knife.
There you go.
That's my thing right there. Is whatever knife that I happen to have that works for me as a utility knife, that I will do everything. I will abuse this thing. I mean, it's a cheap knife. It's given to me for free, and I will use this thing as long as it holds a blade, a good sharp edge. I'll use it.
I'm going to tell you.
We're talking about not only. I'm talking about using it to screw in Phillips head screws into a piece of wood.
How much did you give for that knife?
I didn't.
How much would you give for a knife just like it? If you were walked into Walmart or a hardware store?
Okay, that's a very good question. The logo on the knife itself came off. Mm-hmm. It disintegrated within the first 2 weeks of me putting it in my pocket. The glue or whatever adhesive it was just was not there. The knife itself, as a lock blade knife, has held up so well. I would say, I give $30, $40 for this thing.
Well, I'm going to tell you a secret. Go to a hardware store where they sell knives and they sell case. And walk in there with $15 and hand it to them and tell them you want a Sodbuster Junior. Because for that $15, I don't think there's another pocket knife out there that will outperform it. For $15.
That's the thing I've seen a lot of knife reviews, Mike, and I love the Fat Man. He's a knife reviewer. He's a knife reviewer connoisseur. He loves folding knives. And I take a lot of stock into what he says as far as the performance, as far as the actions. He could flick one, it opens up, this and that. But does he ever actually have one in his pocket that he uses day in and day out?
That's the key.
I don't know. Y'all don't get me wrong. I'm not speaking against the Fat Man. He is a funny funny fellow to watch. Very informative on his knife reviews. Gives you all the details. There it is. But I'm one of those kind of people, probably like Mike, just like Alan. You know, I'm on a limited income. I get one knife as a gift, or either I bought it myself, and I'm going to use that knife until the tip breaks, something has failed, or I lost the dang thing. I used to be a Gerber knife fan. The only reason I was a Gerber knife fan is because I got that a lot during Christmas. I got it on the year 2012. Before 2013, I lost a knife and somebody gave me another Gerber. Or I found one. There was one knife I found at a house that I actually moved to. It was a lime green clear coat color. And I carried that knife for a while. And it was super sharp. Any knife that I kept in my pocket was my utility knife. And just like this Winchester, my wife's brother gave it to me. Not 2015, 2014. I use this thing religiously. It has not failed me yet, except for the logo. The imprinted logo came off within 2 weeks of carrying it in my pocket. But this thing has performed very, very, very well. I use it for my ferro rods. And I've got a lot of flack for that. I'm like, huh? I know how to sharpen a knife, so it's no big deal. If I was in a real survival situation, yes, I would turn my knife around to the 90-degree spine and try to light this fire.
I remember that video.
Yes. In a real survival situation, I'm going to use the sharpest edge of this damn thing to make sure I get a damn fire started. You know, that type of thing. It's like people go over the wall for their craft or what they claim to be a craft of survival. I've never understood that. I had what was it, K9? The military, the K9 military knife. That thing was super sharp, man. It was excellent. It had its own built-in sharpener, the case, the whole package was super great. Yet this knife weighed like 40 pounds, and it was so not 40 pounds. I'm exaggerating. But it was so uncomfortable to carry with you. I don't care if it was definitely not an everyday carry. It was not something you want to carry in the woods with you. The K-bar knife was a wonderful, wonderful knife. You could put it on the bayonet and the whole 9 yards. But I got to asking myself, how many people did I have to really put on the end of my rifle and stab somebody with? That didn't exist. So that little attachment there, extra weight, did not exist in my lifetime. I didn't need that. But the fact that that knife actually was able, with the sheath, the built-in knife cutter part, where you put the knife on the sheath and I can sit there and snap wire, was neat as hell to me. But I cannot remember, honestly, the last time that I had to cut a piece of barbed wire to crawl in or under to something. That didn't exist. The only thing that I liked about the knife was the fact that it kept an edge, and I could take it and roll the window down on my vehicle and slide my knife across the edge of that window, and I kept an edge that would sit there and actually shave with.
See, that's another thing when you say that. With the type of knives that, like with a sodbuster, if it is shaving, I've went too far. And the reason I say that is a thin-ended blade. When I cut into a large piece of wood to cut with it, I roll that. So now I have to resharpen it. But if I keep it just at that point of sharp, I don't lose that edge so quick.
Mike, that's one of my pet peeves out here on YouTube, and I'm going to state this now right here. When they're talking about axes, and they're talking about axes that can shave, you do not want an axe that can shave. I'm sorry, y'all. You want an axe that can cut through wood and split wood. If you've got an axe that can shave, you've got a knife. You've got a knife that's going to chip fracture and do everything that you don't want to do in reality.
I have a Sioux Falls axe made about 1972, 73. It's a double bed axe. It has a more of a splitting in on one side and then more of a finer edge on the other one. And when you sharpen this thing with just a stone, it turns into a razor on its own. It's the metal, it's the grind that they originally put on it. It is very good because it being a double bed axe, it's about 3.5 foot long. It's not made for, felling trees and stuff of that nature because it is a round bit on it. But I take it and put it in my hand with a blade this way, and I sit there and make feather sticks with it. I mean, all day long you can just sit there and it will shape. You flip it to the other side, and it will not. It'll just. But that's the side that I use for splitting when I'm in a camp or something. The other side is whenever, just for whatever reason, I keep it and it will shape. As you said, if I turn it around the opposite direction and make the mistake of swinging it on the wrong side, and I hit a very hard knot in a piece of hickory or whatever, it's back to the old file. Because it's going to chip, it's going to break. And it's not break, it's going to roll that edge.
That's my whole thing. That's the difference between a fillet knife and what I call an actual butcher's knife.
Right.
A butcher's knife is designed, in commercial applications, is designed to cut through real hunks of meat.
It's designed for you to put weight and pressure with your arm to make that cut, push and pull, push and pull. Where a fillet knife is thin, tedious.
So, just with those two definitions right there, Mike, can you honestly tell me for sure, absolutely, that one knife in a bushcraft scenario fits it all? I have yet to sit there and say yes, because
there's some knives out there that can be close.
There's a good alternative bushcraft knife in a sense, but we're talking about fantasy. We're talking about putting Superman, Batman, and all these fantasy things in there. And I'm almost willing to say that there's giving these knives to promote this wonderful thing. I have yet to see it.
Well, when you get to the knives and like anything else in this field that we're in, where we do this, an honest review will be something that someone went out, purchased themselves.
Yeah.
Not someone that is trying to sell their brand, not someone that got it given to them to promote it.
But they spent their money on that knife, and they realize how much they spent, and they're trying to convince themselves that, yes, this knife will do it. That's also a misconception. People lie to themselves. There is no absolute knife that will do it all, y'all. I'm telling you right now, there's not. At a minimum 2, maybe 3 knives is what I believe in. Like, no one cook pot can do it all. I had a challenge. The dude told me, it was Old Timer Lee. He said, man, if you can cook a pizza in that Stanley Adventure Camp cook set, you got me sold. And you know what? I tried everything in my ability to get the smallest pizza, and I finally got it figured out. And then what I ended up with was a pizza about the size of a freaking donut that nobody in their real life would want to sit there and say, I'm eating a pizza, because it's the size of a donut. You know, let's don't lie to ourselves. There's no absolute one knife, no absolute one cook pot, one absolute tarp, tent, or anything out there that's going to suffice for every single thing there is in any type of scenario. I can say the ultimate what is the ultimate sleeping bag? Well, here in Mississippi, mine would be something rated to like a 40-degree level. Take that same sleeping bag up north where they got sub-zero temperatures, and they'll call me a liar, you know. So you cannot do this stuff. You need to have an open mind and realize what area you're in, what utensil you're dealing with. I watched, Mike, have you seen the fantastic thing out there now about fatwood? Everybody is so engrossed with fatwood. I mean, fatwood is fatwood, this fatwood, that fatwood, everything. I'm like, fatwood, okay, fatwood's good, don't get me wrong. Real fatwood, perfect. Substitute fatwood, okay. But
My
fatwood is
thing with fatwood is
thing.
we here in Georgia and even in Mississippi, you got pine trees out the yin yang. We have them out the garage. I mean, it's everywhere. I carry fatwood with me in every one of my packs. It's quick, it's simple, it's a good way of keeping it going, but there's a downside to it. You don't keep it airtight, it dries out.
Loses its fatwood ability.
And the thing I like about it and why I use it so much, if I'm in Georgia, I got fatwood. I call it pine knots. That's what we called it growing up.
We call it lighter.
Yeah. I didn't know the term fatwood. I mean, I heard of 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, everybody was talking about you got to get some fatwood, and I was like, what the heck are they talking about? And then I go to look at it, and I was like, it's not fatwood, that's pine knots. That's pine resin, it's that's the heartwood, but it was just a different term. Now I call it fatwood because after 3 years of hearing fatwood, that's what it is, I believe in it. I think it's, to me, I do believe that everybody should, there you go, lighter pine.
It was fine, but I also think about something called pine needles.
And it will too.
Pine needles are
You can take, like in the wintertime when the sap is coming down, I do it often. When that sap comes out, you can light that sap. Poof.
Yeah.
It'll burn. I take it and stick it on just a dry piece of hickory that, a limb or whatever that I found on the ground, or a piece of oak or whatever, and just roll it up in that, and then just light it.
There it
is. The thing about Wildman was talking about, he keeps his axes sharp, and your opinion was, not to. Mine is an in between. I don't like any of my blades to shave.
There you go. I don't want to shave the hair, but I want it to be able to slice a tomato. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's a good terminology for what I believe in. I don't want to feel any tug, resistance, or pull whenever I'm cutting into something. And when I feel it, wherever I feel it at, that's where I go back and touch up, because that means it's just not, the blade is not continuously sharp.
That's
in order to get a piece
It don't matter if it's a knife or a machete, a long, thin, super thin machete. If I put it on a tomato and I cannot slice that tomato, it's not sharp enough.
And that comes a lot, too, with the degree of the angle that it was put on.
Right.
You can have a razor sharp bevel edge that was cut too short, and once it gets past that bevel, it has such a incline that it won't slice. But it'll sure chop into some wood just like an axe is made to do.
That's right. That's right.
Poof, split it and pull it apart. When you're making feather sticks, and I've seen people, make feather sticks and basically make drums, and that's just go this far.
Yeah.
And they just roll up a bunch of them. It's great. If you want a good feather stick, you should be able to start at the inch from the tip and then roll all the way down that blade and end up with roughly, if you have a 5-inch blade, you should have a 7-inch piece of feather stick as you have made that pass, because it'll roll in color. So that tells you you've got a good sharp blade. But if it's too sharp, you're going to have to resharpen it, because you will roll that edge and you'll start out with a 7-inch feather stick strip down through there, and then by the time you get to the top, you know, you're down to a 2-inch curl.
Yeah, but you're looking at the grade of the metal when you get to that point too.
Right.
With a simple box cutter.
Ceramic rods and stones and stuff. A lot of people don't realize it. You work in the grocery industry, you see your meat cutters back there. A good steel, whether it's a ceramic or whether it's another steel, those rods have a purpose. That is to put that edge back to it without having to sharpen it.
Right.
Because you can over sharpen a knife and start eating your blade away. I have seen knives that are 30 and 40 years old that someone has damn near, they take a 1-inch width blade and end up, it looks like a toothpick or a leather awl by the time they got done sharpening, of constantly just sharpening and eating that metal away. But a felling axe, it should be very sharp. I mean, it should be a very sharp, because you want to make that cut. You want to basically hit it right by the edge of the limb right there and take it off with one pass.
Right.
You know, that way you've got a nice clean stock piece of wood that you're working with. You know, if you're chopping back and forth, left and right, you're waiting to get a split shin or slinging an axe off to the end of the tree.
Let me ask you this right here, because this is one of the things that I've had a problem with, because I'm right the opposite. But then again, I think about the convenience of it, and you know, I don't want to hold you up here because I know you got to go. If like my neck knife, Aracord USA right here, I love this neck knife, and it's high carbon steel. Love this thing.
That's the one you strike ferrocerium rods with.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I've boogered up the 90-degree edge here trying to start fires with it.
You know how you can fix that?
Long story short, I got into batoning with my knives, and I love the fact that I can baton a piece of wood with a knife. However, I personally own a small handheld axe that I take with me because I play with it a lot, and it batons wood too. I mean, it's it's not like a heavy-duty chopper, but it's heavy enough to where I can baton wood with just the axe itself. So I'm saving my blade, but I'm carrying an extra blade. It's extra weight. You know, everybody gets in that type of controversy.
Here's the thing about batoning. I started batoning 3 years ago. Prior to that, I seen no need in it.
Right.
I'm not saying that there's not a need in it, because sometimes you want to make some small sticks to get your fire going. Great. You want to cut down a larger tree because you don't have an axe and you need to cut into it. Great. What I found was repeatedly doing that over time, I took my 90-degree spine away from my thing, because the constant blows of hitting it and hitting it and hitting it would give me a semi-round, not a complete round, and I would still be able to strike a ferrocerium rod with it, and it would still work. But the problem that I found was, over time, it started weakening down the edges. And what I found was, most knives have what they call relieving the spine. And that means that the top part of that blade is softer than the bottom, because they will go in there so it gives it a flex. And I started doing it about 2 years ago with the knives that I make. So with that, I quit batoning. I carry a Norland hatchet. It's this long. I've seen the video or made the handle for it, or remade a handle for it. That is my processing small wood. Is knives out there made for it? Batoning is not going to kill a knife by no means.
No.
I mean, if you like doing it, do it. It's your knife. Be safe. Go and do it. If you mess it up, fix it. If you never mess it up, great.
I'll say
But
this: it's fun.
I
It,
got a knife given to me and a refund on a knife that was $325 and made the video. I was batoning, got it for my birthday, I believe it was. Um, I had to have it. I'm not gonna. There's a couple of people that know the name of the knife, and the reason is being a amateur knife maker.
Yeah.
It's metal. Every knife is prone to have a flaw, and it's prone to break. You can run it through microscopes. You can do everything. You can mic it. You can see that it's perfect. But the thing, and that's the point, a wooden wedge. There is no reason that you have to process that wood if you're in the forest.
right.
If you're out there, there's no reason to have to baton. If you can't find small enough material that will ignite easily and build up, go back home, get on YouTube, and watch somebody that knows how and do it that way.
Yeah, because that's
But
about
like you said, it is fun to baton. Go
that.
back and watch some of my videos. You will see me. I'm out there batoning. I'm batoning fat wood off of dead stumps that have been cut down 20 years ago. I like it, but I started veering back away from something that I had never done the first 43 years of my life, and just started because everyone else was batoning.
Well, I never
And
understood botany because I always found sticks and twigs to cook with. Now I'm talking about the camping,
right,
the camping scenario of it. When I first got on YouTube here about 3 to 4 years ago, I found out about the hobo stove. And I thought the hobo stove was so amazing that somebody took a number 10 can and used it as a stove to be able to cook on.
you ever seen my rocket stove I made?
Yeah, yeah. But I was so fascinated because I'm used to cooking on this. This comes back from the Cub Scouts. I wasn't a Boy Scout. I was a Cub Scout. I never graduated to Cub Scout to the Boy Scouts.
They kicked you out for eating brownies.
Yeah, I learned about girls during that session. There were girls.
I probably shouldn't have said that if you post this live.
This was sad, y'all. I'm a Cub Scout. I found out about Girl Scouts, and I wasn't into the Boy Scouts yet to be able to know about the Girl Scouts. That's what was sad. But we were always taught, how to build a fire from say pine needles to what they call now the pencil lead style, to building up progress. But as far as cooking goes, we never got past pinky size limbs to maybe thumb size limbs as far as cooking. When it came to hardcore, you've got to survive the night because of the cold deal. We were talking like logs. And in that log procession, they never said anything about batoning that log, breaking it down to making it where it burned more efficient. That's the teaching that I came across. I've only learned about this through YouTube. And that's where batoning come in. And I said, well, I never batoned anything with a pocket knife or any kind of knife. I had a saw and I had a hatchet. Yeah, we used to split wood. You get a piece of wood about yay big, somewhere in there, you might hit the thing 2 times, split it right down the middle, then a quarter time, and you put it in the wood fireplace. That was it. That's all I knew. That's all I ever knew.
To me, I mean, I think.
And let me say this right here, Mike. I am not by any means downing batoning. I'm not doing that.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I don't I think everybody should do what you're comfortable with. If you like it, don't let someone deter you from it. Don't let one man's opinion be turned into Jesus Christ just spoke to me. You know, if you're comfortable with doing something,
Might be good advice, y'all, but I'm telling y'all, try it for yourselves in a non-vital situation where you know, like, hey, I heard this. Let me try it. Let me see if it works. If it works for you, fine. If it don't, that's it. That's all I'm saying.
you know, and whenever y'all there for a while, there was a group of y'all that I watch. Y'all had gotten so fascinated with the fire roll. I mean, I think there was probably 25 of you guys that had done this, you know, fire roll video, and it went crazy.
And I will use that too.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is the honest truth. I watched y'all guys do it. I sat down, had never done it before. I sat down, and I made a coal the first time. And I'm not bragging, boasting. It's just, I was like, cool. And I've not touched it since. Because Alan said it, a couple of other guys have said it. My first choice is click, 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 and I'm striking a lighter. After doing it, I may try it again and never get it. But it's something else that I found fascinating briefly, but I didn't put so much time into it because I can build off of so many other things that, to me, it was just it's a new thing. It's a cool thing. But it got rubbed in the ground so quick, I was like, oh, God, not another fire roll technique. Please, no. But it's a good time for me to jump
Yeah,
off.
there's definitely there's definitely a lot of videos on the Rugger roll now.
And you know, and I think it's cool. And I never would have thought of it. And when I heard about it, I investigated it. I wanted to find out, you know, something so simple. There's no way it couldn't have already been out somewhere. And it took forever. And don't type in fire roll because you're not going to get nothing but YouTube video after YouTube video on Google search.
Well,
I typed in a friction or ancient friction fires, and that's how it popped up under several of them. Okay, he's back. Let's go talk about it.
fire roll blew my mind.
Don't you dare start talking about a fire roll.
Don't
you dare.
you know, the fire roll blew my mind because it's so stupidly simple. Like, why have we not been educated with this since we were a baby? It's like it's a forgotten.
A lost art.
It's so simple that, like, Noah says, oh, it's not even worth mentioning now. And then it all of a sudden came back.
Well,
And
that's the thing is,
technique.
pencil. Have you ever seen anybody take a pencil and heat it up?
I
used to tie him in knots.
Not a pencil itself.
You can take a pencil and get the paint off of it. Get you one of those pine pencils. You're not going to start a fire with it. But tonight, go buy you one, find you one, do whatever, strip the paint off a pencil. Not a round one, but the octagon-shaped ones. And I want you to just keep rubbing that thing back and forth across the table. And just keep doing it. And see what happens. It won't catch fire, but it will get hot. And that's the whole thing. It's the bow drill concept. It's the spinning of the spindle against friction. So is the spindle. So is so many other little things that are rolled around. That's what made it so stupid, because it was so simple. We just blocked it out.
That's the thing right there, Mike, that I love. Stupidly simple apparatuses gizmos, that type of thing. It's like, it's like hit your head on the forehead, hit your hand on the forehead. Oh, why? I could have had a V8. That type of moment. We overcomplicate things in reality. We did challenges here, and it was SSR knives and guns. We had a challenge there to light a match with a ferro rod. Well, if you got a match, why in the hell would you want to try to light the damn thing with a ferro rod? I agree. But the challenge was there. And I found out real quick that trying to strike a ferro rod to light that match was not easy. Well, SSR Knives and Guns did it stupidly simple. He said, hey, take your ferro rod, put your match on the damn ferro rod, and just strike the damn thing. There it is. So freaking simple.
Why don't you just use a zipper?
Well, I knew that you could take we don't have such thing as strike anywhere matches hardly anymore. We have safety matches. And I know that you can take a safety match and put it on your window and strike the thing off of it. I don't know.
What causes that?
It's just friction, I guess. I don't know the scientifics behind it, but it's friction.
That's all it is.
But when you take a ferro rod and you try to hit that match, then you find out that it's not that easy.
I'm going to have to go home and try that, or not go home. I'm going to go out in the building tonight, and I'm going to try it. Because I see people strike ferrocerium rods, and it is wicked to watch people do this. I've seen them, shoom, shoom, shoom. And if you take a light my fire and take the little striking rod, when we were down there, and Sue's little boy, he had never started a fire with a ferrocerium rod. And I let him use mine, and he did that, and just like, flicking it. You put that thing down where you want it, and you turn that little striker the right way, because most people don't even know there's a wrong way and a right way to that thing, and it says up, and up means it's up this way, not this way. And when you push, you just push down hard, and it will dig right straight down, and you can concentrate all of that heat and all the little sparks into an area the size of the end of a pencil head. But so many people, and it's just amazing to watch. But it's a learning process. The more they do that, they'll eventually go, wait a minute.
Well, Mike, I want to demonstrate something here tonight that I caught a lot of flack on when I did my new video. Was I showing my underwear?
No, please no.
Well, I am in my underwear. I want to show something here.
We already knew that.
This is my Winchester pocket knife, the one that I abuse, because this is my utility knife, okay? And
kick around in my pocket beater knife.
Right.
And make this fast, because I got to go. It's 2:30.
Okay. Common everyday knife, and I've got a cotton ball right here. Now, who does not have access to a cotton ball? Well,
somebody in Antarctica.
Yeah, maybe. But I just see cotton balls used, and now I'm threading the cotton ball through my pocket knife.
I know where this is going because you caught a lot of flack over this.
Right, but I want to explain something here, and here's my ferro rod.
If you burn your apartment down, I am going to laugh.
No, it's not going to burn down, because now I'm going to scrape the pocket knife on the ferro rod. I'm going to scrape it just enough to where I feel the knife is now cut through the cotton ball and is scraping the ferro rod. And if I hit it just hard enough, which is not going to work now, knocked off half the cotton ball. Dang, now the cotton ball came off. But anyway, and the fact that I fluff it up here. Sorry, y'all.
I seen
It
when
would
you're
never-
doing this inside the.
never work. But anyway, here's the flack that I got. It was the fact that in a survival situation, you're using your sharp part of your knife to do this, and number two, that I left the cotton ball on there long enough to heat the temper up.
Oh shit.
Wow. Now it's not going to work. Really?
You've had too many.
Seriously? Serious freakingly? I've done this on a million freaking videos, and it's not going to work here on live.
You want to work it.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna have to keep doing this till I get it to work. No. Ooh, it almost lit up, and I was not practicing the thing. But anyway,
Be careful.
there's the out. Now it's on the carpet.
Oh yeah, you gotta
My wife said I just caught the apartment on fire. But anyway,
keep it over there.
anyway, here's my point. The fact that I used the sharp part of my knife. Two. That was the second part. Anyway.
I don't know how I'm taking from the fire.
When you're trying to start a fire in a survival situation, what do you care about? Getting warm or being able to take your same knife and baton wood with it?
Here's the thing. I watched that video when you did that, and that never occurred to me to strike the cotton ball on the knife blade. I knew,
On the sharp edge of the knife. That was my point. That was my point.
but it will strike on the back.
It will. It will. It possibly will. I never turn it around and see.
It will, because it's a 90-degree edge.
But
the problem with a folder is
when you've got novice people who do not practice the sharp edge of the 90, they don't quite get the grip, is my point.
but it will work.
You
'Cause
take
I
a,
did it.
you can take a box cutter, an actual razor blade, and do the same thing.
hmm But what I
Well, I
was
look at it this way. If it's a survival situation and you need to start a fire, if I'm going to use the sharp blade of my knife, I'm going to use the sharp blade of my knife. Because if I don't get the fire, I'm dead. If I get the fire and I'm warm, I can always find a nice flat rock or some amadou or whatever it is they use to drop a knife in the woods. I can't even remember which mushroom it was, but
Sure.
you can always fix the knife later. But you got to be alive to fix the knife.
Exactly. The thing about it is, with like that knife he has, if it's not a locking blade, you can take a chance on gashing the piss out of your hand by doing it backwards. But I did it with my sod buster, because I watched that video when you done it, because it never occurred to me to just put the cotton ball right there on the blade, you know, and have all of it controlled going straight into it.
There's the second. There's the second part, Mike. Is when, just like then, I held the cotton ball flaming on the end of my blade on purpose.
Well, I can tell you now, there was not enough heat in that cotton ball to do any damage to that blade.
There's no way. There's no freaking way.
I can take that knife and stick it in my forge for about 12 seconds and maybe jack it up pretty bad. But you're looking at 1,500 degrees, and that cotton ball was probably burning at about, what, 500?
Maybe 300, you know. But I mean, I got all kind. I mean, I really got all.
Oh, I know. I seen the comment.
And I said, "Huh?" It took more heat to make the damn blade than what I just did in that little bit of YouTube video time.
The
But
process of a
there's
knife.
the problem. There's the problem that I'm trying to dispel, is that YouTube or whoever, whatever paraphernalia it is, has instilled in people's minds. Maybe it's the fact the government's trying to take over, that they're going to, whatever paraphernalia it is, I don't know, has instilled that a blade is so damn weak that if you were to use it as a striker to strike a cotton ball, but yet it will last forever when you baton a piece of wood, that don't make no sense to me. I dull a knife and ruin a knife.
Well, it's the problem that you had with that is it wasn't that you were dulling the knife, it was PETA. They want to know why in the hell you was using cotton balls.
Well, yeah, but I personally see this in a real life scenario. And now I'm gonna try the fire roll with actual.
If you start doing a fire roll tonight, I am logging off.
No. I'm gonna show you this right here. Oh, you can't see it right now, but I got an actual aspirin bottle, and here's my question. Ain't nobody done this yet. When you open up a fresh bottle of aspirin, you got a cotton ball in there. So can you take that aspirin, crush that aspirin up, and use that as the accelerant or sprinkle to make that darn thing work? That's what I'm going to try next.
I don't know that it would work. It possibly would. I mean, the thing about friction is will the piece that you're using come apart, disperse before it turns into hot enough?
Well, I
don't know what the conduction for aspirin would be. I don't know if it would. Coal, the only reason it works is because it's charred. It's already been taken down to its next step of ignition.
Right.
So I don't know what aspirin would do, but I mean,
I do know that it works on Comet Cleanser, Babo, my Switcher Sweet.
well, I think one of the reasons that it works for the cleanser, the Ajax and stuff, Comet and stuff like that, is because of the grit that's inside of it.
That's what I'm thinking, but I took actual sand from dirt, but I think I had met too much dirt. I thought the sand itself would work. Fine sand. It didn't work. But I have not tried it enough, so I'm not an expert on this stuff. It doesn't matter. It
Do
doesn't
this.
matter.
You live right close to some woods behind your house still,
Yeah.
right?
Yep,
Go
absolutely.
up there and find you a rabbit turd and put it in there.
I'm going to try that.
I'm serious.
I am. A
But
dry.
make sure it's dry,
Well,
because
make
you're
sure
gonna rub the shit out of it if you don't.
go to the wet version.
Literally.
See if it will work. But y'all, I do know this dang thing works. You can take an actual cotton ball itself, raw, with a good piece of wood, 2 pieces of flat wood, and make this thing work. I don't know what it is that makes the thing work, but it does.
Well, I'm gonna have to get off here. It is 2:40. I've enjoyed myself.
All right, Mike.
It's been entertaining. If Alan gets really mad about this, you're gonna have to appear on his show.
If Alan will have me on his show, on one of his live shows, I will explain to me why you what do you call it? You were a turncoat.
Yeah.
You know, I was just thinking about something. You know how you said that everything we see on YouTube has been done before, just everybody else puts their twist on it?
Right.
And then you just said that no one's tried the cotton ball and aspirin?
Right.
Well, I think I might have did a YouTube first too. On Southpaw Bushcraft's 1-inch ferro rod challenge.
Right.
I used the flint out of a Bic lighter.
Holy crap. But did you use it in your fingers?
Yes.
Brother, you got my ultimate respect, because I had like a 1/4 inch and I was having problems. I got to work, yeah. I got to work. That was tough.
I actually lit 2 cotton balls.
That ain't easy, y'all. That 1-inch ferro rod challenge. It will work as long as you got something to hold it. Maybe.
Bye, y'all.
By the way, y'all,
See ya.
anybody
Bye.
who's watching who sit there and says that the Coghlan's safety match, or what, that container that holds the matches, the safety matches, that that little ferro rod on the very bottom works. You better get that damn work right then, right there, right how. That type of thing. But I tried that thing left and right. It does not. What I did is I took the how many people watching now? 4 watching now. I actually took the ferrocerium off the Coghlan's brand magnesium block. Took it off because it got down like halfway. You couldn't get the ferro rod just right anymore. I got it there, and I used a hacksaw blade, and I cut it down. I thought it was 1 inch, and I was actually a little over 1/4 inch. And I was watching Lee Ralph's video. He had less than 1/2 inch. He was trying to hold it in his hand. He was trying to use natural materials, you know. And I said to myself, you know, I'm going to do a VR reply to this challenge here. I said, but I'm not going to put myself to that torture. I'm going to use a cotton ball because I knew cotton balls are flammable. So if I can get a damn cotton ball to bloom up. But the problem was holding this thing in my hand and putting it in a certain way to get it to actually work. That was tough in itself. And then I'm watching Lee Ralph do something like I was doing with, you know, natural materials out there in the wild. So I had problems trying to get to work. I knew he had problems. He had problems. So I thought this was a great ass challenge. I mean, it really was. Same thing, taking a ferro rod, as simple as it sounds. Taking a ferro rod and trying to strike the head of a match. It ain't easy. Trying to light a candle with this ferro rod ain't easy. That's when you start to learn control. Those flames, those sparks like to jump everywhere except where you're trying to get it to hit. So it's good practice. It's good fun. I had fun with it. Not saying it's impossible, because it's not impossible. We all got to do it. But the ingenuity of taking a ferro rod, taking a safety match, and go, and then safety match lights, that's a good deal. You can still do the same thing on a piece of window right here, thin piece of glass. It'll light. Done it myself. Done it several times. Haven't done a video on it yet, but it works. Keep those things in mind. You know, all this is useless information, but in a survival situation, it is good information. You need to have that in the back of your mind. I mean, without somebody doing stupid videos, would you have realized that it was possible to do it? You know, that type of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So, Alan, while we're running out of time here, because I'm getting tired myself, I'm sure you are too.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late.
Let me ask you something. If there was something that you wanted to say to the YouTube people out there, one vital piece of information, what would it be?
One vital piece of information.
Something you've seen. You're watching videos and like, hey, you haven't got it yet. Well, Hey, you almost got there, but you still didn't quite grasp it. What if you had a rant, an ultimate rant without cussing? What would that rant be? You know, what would?
Oh,
Hey, y'all, be prepared. Take a big lighter with you, or you know, what is the rant? You know, in a real survival situation. I'm talking about the ultimate survival situation now. I'm talking about like you're down to your last. This is it. We're finna do or die. What would be your last piece of advice? Oh,
try.
we can make a whole 2-hour video out of this.
I guess the only thing I can really say is before you ever get in that situation, learn as much as you can and practice, practice, practice. Because once you get in that situation, it's not practice anymore. It's life and death.
It's real. It's real.
Yeah, it's
Right.
game's on.
I can make a challenge out there right now because you just said it very on a simple. As an example right here. I got some always save book matches right here. Now I got a fan over there blowing on me right now, so there's a lot of wind. And I can sit there and say, hey, these are not strike anywhere matches, but these are safety matches. So I'm going to take one out, do this real slow so they can see it. I'm going to pluck one out. I'm going to close the container. Now here's the striking surface. So I know that this match is only going to strike on the striking surface which contains phosphorus. I got the wind blowing. As a general scenario, I can say, hey, here's the challenge. In one strike, can I make this match actually catch on fire? In one strike. Now, people out there watching this thing, oh, that's so stupid. You know, in a real survival situation, I have 10, 15, 20 strikes chances. Well, let's think about that famous movie scenario that if you didn't strike this match for some reason, you know, it could be the end of your life scenario. You don't know how simple it is or how actually difficult it is until you actually do it for the very first time. Now notice I put you probably didn't notice that, I put the match cover folded over onto the striker itself. You got wind blowing here on medium blow. And I'm putting the match in almost fully away. I'm going to pull the match down here but I've got the cover of the matchbook covering the striker. My intention is to pull the match all the way out to see if I can get the strike. I've only got one absolute go on this. I've not practiced this. I've intellectually thought about this from all my YouTube knowledge. And I do have a fan, y'all, blowing on me. My wife can confirm it. It's on medium heat, a medium blow. So I'm really thinking this might affect this particular one absolute moment here. This is a live thing. Can I actually get this match to strike on the very first strike? I don't know. Now the pressure's on. We're going to try just to see. Here's the thing about YouTube videos, y'all. It gives you good advice. It makes you think. you are really, really, hey, that's a good idea, or a good, yeah, that might work, but you don't know until you do it. Not just one time, not just 2 times, not just 10,000 times. You really need to practice this thing to know that you've got the confidence it takes to make these things happen. Notice where my finger is. I'm going to move my finger all the way across the bridge of this striking surface. I'm placing my thumb on the very back part of the striking surface to make sure that I got the total amount of friction so that when I slip this match head out, I got enough friction to make this thing work. So let's see. 3, 2, 1. There you go. I grabbed it too hard. Didn't even pull the match head out. Let me reduce the amount of friction. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. It did. It went out because of the damn flame, but it did light up. The match is now out. But the flame that's blowing over there knocked out my only one chance. So I was a success, but in reality, a failure. That happens live, y'all. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. That's the things that I'm seeing on YouTube a lot here lately. That's my rant. That's my personal rant. How to cook the ultimate moist and crispy biscuit on an open campfire, shall we say. That individual goes out there and he does it, and the conditions are absolutely right. The fire is absolutely right. Does that mean I can do it? No, it does not mean I can do it. And I'm an excellent cook. I'm probably one of the most ultimate cooks out there. I never call myself a chef because I'm always learning. I make mistakes. I'll always make mistakes. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just human. I'm man. But I love to cook. And I love to eat my mistakes. It's fun. But when somebody gets on YouTube and pronounces himself as this is how you actually do it, and then me go out there and actually do it and replicate what they just did and it doesn't work, makes me think other things. So if I've ever done anything out there to make you think that I'm an expert, no, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not an expert. I just love having fun. I love making comedy. I like making fun of myself. Alan, I think Alan knows me now. He's a good.
Yeah.
I call him a brother of the sticks. I just love having fun. So if I ever make an actual claim like, hey, you know what? You can light a big within one click. It did light up, but the wind just blew the damn thing out, so that's a fable. But it will light. Let me get up here where it won't light it out. The wind over there will knock it out. That's what I'm saying. Read between the lines. Not everything you see on YouTube is actual. There's a guy who does a hand drill, y'all. He's very, very, very good at doing it. He really is. And every time he does a YouTube video, he goes, and there's a freaking fire that he can create. But, y'all, I'm not knocking the guy. He did not go out there each and every time during different seasons to grab the handrail and the baseboard to create that fire absolutely from scratch on the spur of the moment. He did not do that. He found the right combination of wood and woods to make it happen each and every time. He did not go out there on a July, March, April, May, June, or July, August, September, all the way into December to find those materials when he did it, no matter what condition. So keep that in mind. It's good to know how to do these things, but until you try it yourself, don't believe everything you see on YouTube, except me. When I show you how to fry frog legs, I know what the hell I'm talking about. But when it comes to, but seriously, but when it comes to cooking frog legs in the, well, no, that's what I'm saying. I know how to cook frog legs. But for me to show you how to cook divinity, that would be different according to the climates out there. That's a whole different ballgame. Alan,
Yes, sir.
you have not been drinking.
Nope.
I figured that.
I actually don't have any right now.
Well, I'd love to see some, but it'd take a while to get there.
Yeah.
But
But that's okay, because
I got like 6 minutes left. I'm gonna cut this video off.
alrighty, I need to go to bed.
That's right.
Oh my God, it's 3 o'clock.
So yeah, well, it's 2 o'clock here. Almost like 5 minutes now, something like that.
4 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
4.
Where you see 4 at?
It's not on the clock.
Bullshit, it's 5.
4.
Alan's got 5 minutes to talk.
4. 4.5.
Talk to us, Alan. Tell us about yourself.
4, 3.
Well, I already told you I was a firefighter.
Right?
I volunteered on the Special Olympics medical staff for 15 years because of my medical background from the fire department. Really enjoyed that. And with a partner, I do water rescue for APBA powerboat races, hydroplanes, and runabouts.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
And the problem is, I don't really have any videos of it because I'm actually watching for crashes while I'm in the rescue boat. So I'm going to try to get some videos and post them on my channel this summer.
Well, be careful because you're so close to watching out for crashes, you might miss the actual opportunity to rescue.
Yeah, well, probably not.
Weird, but it's like me, you know, when I was in the fire department, it's like, hey, should I spend time videotaping the actual fire, or do I need to be in there doing what I need to do to put it out? That was kind of controversy back in my younger days, but now that I'm older,
Well, I guess that depends. As long as there was enough guys there to do it.
that's true. Alan, man, I appreciate you, brother. Man, you're one of my greatest friends out there. I tell you what, right there. Alan took the time to get into this chat right here. That is so outstanding.
Well, I enjoyed it. This is the second time I've been in one of your chats, and it's fun.
Yep.
It
Have you,
actually makes me I'm gonna have to find my webcam.
You need to do your. I need to upgrade my webcam because it's like really choppy. Man. Tell you what, Alan, I do have a personal challenge for you. When you get the time,
All right.
I don't know if you like frog legs, but I'll tell you what right here. We're not going to subject you to just frog legs, okay? Let's say, just do a good cooking video out there on a campfire. You can use meth, alcohol stoves, whatever you prefer. Cook us up, because I love cooking. Cook us up a good meal. And it can be anything you want. It could be deer meat. It could be hog meat. It could be anything you like. It could be a simple thing as a soup or a stew. Just something
All right.
that you know that you're good at, that your family says, oh, hey, he can do that, you know. But do it over a camp type of fire or an outdoor type of fire and post a video. Like I say, if you're using propane to do it, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. As long as you're cooking and having fun out there in the outdoors. And if you do a grill video, like barbecue grill, oh, hell yeah. that's what I'm screaming. Because I need all the advice I can get, because I love doing that stuff.
I will have to do that. I
Yeah.
even have a dish in mind.
You can even do a grilled cheese. I ain't seen nobody do grilled cheese on a freaking barbecue grill yet, and I've been so tempted to do it.
I do love grilled.
Just grilled cheese, man. Just grilled cheese. Ain't nobody can spend that kind of money on charcoal and charcoal lighter or whatever the case may be just to do a simple grilled cheese. Except
I don't know.
barbecue
People
people.
do it. People do it for just cooking hot dogs. What's the difference?
Well, that's true. I mean, it takes no time to freaking do the daggum. Yeah, I understand. They don't understand, but I understand. Yeah. Don't spend that kind of money on it, y'all. Get you some pine needles. Don't cook over pine needles. That's kind of a nasty flavor. But just pick some wood off the side of the road and do your hot dogs. I've enjoyed this chat, y'all. I really have. Alan, appreciate you seeing on the second go around. Had a
No
lot.
problem.
Absolutely had a lot of fun, and I do encourage you, because that is the thing about my channel, is to see people cooking outdoors, and I love watching those videos. I don't care how stupidly, I love quoting it, stupidly simple as it is. I love stupidly simple. It makes me go, wow, I could have had a V8, you know, that type of moment. Because, you know, I overcomplicate things, and I think a lot of people do too. Especially when it comes to frog legs. But y'all, frog legs is good. Yeah, it don't taste like chicken. That's a myth. It's got a little vein in there, and unless you take the vein out, it's going to taste like frogs, y'all. I'm sorry. There's just no way around it. But the vein that's in there is so overcomplicated, you can't not peel that. It's not like deveining a piece of shrimp. It ain't going to happen. So either you like the taste or you don't. Either you're in the in or you're in the out. Frog legs is good as hell. But I do recommend you do this. You marinate your frog legs in a little bit of steak sauce for about a couple of hours, because you ain't got nothing else to do. Fire up the charcoal, put the frog legs on, or you can batter in a good crispy seasoning, and once they're cooked, dip in some hot sauce. I recommend chicken wing hot sauce. Oh yeah. And then or some ranch dressing. It don't matter. It's fantastic. Yeah, I'm an abnormal person from the South. I just love it. They've always said that Mississippi is backwards. I'm very backwards. I love having fun, guys. Alan, I gotta sign off this thing, man. I know you gotta get, brother. I appreciate it, man. You don't know how much that means to me. You're like the second. How many times I had the chat going? Twice.
Twice.
Successfully. Alan's been right there. Alan, appreciate it, brother.
No problem.
And
I have fun. I like it.
I like to give a shout out to Crash Bushcraft for those of you who are kind of like snagging along. Crash Bushcraft is he's one that does get on the chat with Alan. There they have the I forgot the name of the chat now. A very famous bushcraft chat there on YouTube, and Mike happened to be available to get on my little chat. But Alan, I tell you what, brother, let me get a little more time. I'll send you a link, and I'm gonna try to interview you at a 1-hour interview, an official interview. If I can swallow myself.
Okay.
That'll work. I'm going to ask you all kinds of questions. I'll send you a list of the questions so you can be better prepared. But anyway, until next time. Y'all, this is the Amateur Artist Mark D channel. Wishing you and all a very happy YouTube experience out there. And remember this. It's all Alan's fault. Alan, appreciate it, brother.
All right. We'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye, y'all.